Come in gently now. Let your breath soften and your shoulders fall. You've made it through another day. The world may have been noisy, fast, or uncertain, but none of that matters here. In this small, quiet space between day and dream, there is only stillness. A place where nothing is expected of you. A place where you don't need to prove anything or do anything right. Just be. There's something deeply comforting about nightfall. The way it drapes the sky in hush and shadow. The way it wraps the tired parts of us in something soft and slow. And here, beneath that sky, let's allow our minds to gently wander, not into to-do lists or worries, but into the past, into stories that warm the heart and settle the soul. Stories not of battles or empires, but of quiet strength, of women who carried the weight of worlds on their shoulders and still walked forward with grace. Tonight, we remember them, not as statues or textbook names, but as human beings, as daughters, mothers, sisters, lovers, rebels, healers, as women who dared to exist beyond what the world expected of them. Close your eyes a little more, if you'd like. Let the edges blur. And now, slowly, we go back. The winds are soft in this memory. The air is dry and warm and full of dust and sun. We are in Egypt, but not as it is today. This is a long, long time ago, and in this place, in this golden cradle of river and desert, a girl named Hatshepsut was born. Her name meant foremost of noble women. She was not expected to lead. She was not meant to rule. And yet, when the time came, when the kingdom needed strength and steadiness, she did not look away. She stepped forward, slowly, quietly, but without doubt. They say she wore the false beard of a pharaoh, not out of deception, but out of expectation, because people of her time could not imagine a woman leading a kingdom. But she did not shout or demand. She rebuilt temples. She nurtured trade. She let her country bloom, not by conquest, but by care. Her reign was long and calm and full of peace. And when time tried to erase her, chiseling her name from stone and statues, still she remained, buried in the sands. Yes, forgotten for centuries, but not gone, because real strength doesn't disappear. It waits. It endures until someone remembers, just like we are now. Let that thought settle gently over you. The kind of power that doesn't roar, but stays. The kind that doesn't need to fight to be seen, because it knows it is real. Like the moon, like breath, like rest. Now let's move quietly, across time, across continents, to a cold palace in Russia. The air here feels heavier. The colors are deeper, reds and silvers, fur and candlelight. And in the center of this story is a woman named Catherine. Not born into greatness, not destined for power, but alive with fierce intelligence, hungry to learn, and determined never to be small. She read and studied and waited. She understood that to change a world, one must first understand it. And when her moment came, when the throne of an empire trembled with uncertainty, she took it not for glory, not for riches, but for something more lasting. She rewrote the laws. She opened schools. She invited thinkers and dreamers into her court. Some called her ruthless. Some called her brilliant. She was, perhaps, both, because history, like people, is never simple. What matters is that she built. She nurtured a nation into modernity, and long after her crown was set down, her legacy lingered in the minds of millions. Not perfect, not easy, but undeniably hers. There's something gentle in remembering her now. The way she used her mind like a compass, her will like a lantern. No swords, no conquests, just choices, day after day, choice after choice, shaping a future one page at a time. It reminds us that influence doesn't have to be loud. It can look like a pen, or a policy, or a patient decision made behind closed doors. And that even when we are doubted, when the world says you cannot, we still can. Let your breath slow again. Let that thought rest in your chest like a stone at the bottom of a lake, still, weighty, and true. And now, gently, let's move again. The world shifts beneath us, bringing us to another time, another voice, another light in the long corridor of memory. There, in a crowded church in Poland, a young girl listened to stories of science, of possibility, of atoms and discovery. Her name was Maria, but the world would come to know her as Madame Curie. She studied by candlelight. She worked with worn books and endless notes. She moved to Paris with nothing but ambition and a fierce love for learning. There, she became the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, and then the first person ever, man or woman, to win it twice. She didn't wear crowns. She didn't command armies. She wore lab coats and carried notebooks. She walked through the dark fields of radiation, not knowing the danger, only knowing the pull of curiosity, of wanting to understand. She lost much: her health, her beloved husband, but she never stopped reaching forward, never stopped believing that knowledge, even painful, even mysterious, was worth the pursuit. And the world changed because of her. Hospitals, physics, chemistry, everything rippled outward from her quiet, determined steps. That's the thing about women like her. They do not seek applause. They seek answers. They do not conquer with power, but with persistence. Now, breathe again. Let the silence fill in all the noise from your day. And hold this close, the idea that you too carry quiet brilliance, that somewhere in you is a kind of strength that doesn't need to shout. It just shines softly now, softly. The night is long, and we have more stories to remember. Soft as mist curling through trees, we drift onward again, carried by the steady hush of memory. The air shifts warmer now. We find ourselves in a quiet American town, where the streets are dusty and the future feels uncertain. A little girl named Rosa sits at the back of a worn schoolroom, books cracked open, dreams tucked carefully into her heart. She is small, and the world tells her she must stay small, that she must sit quietly and wait and accept. But Rosa Parks was not made for quiet submission. Her strength did not roar. It was not loud or violent. It was the kind of strength that settles deep in the bones, calm, immovable, certain. Years later, when the bus driver ordered her to stand and give up her seat, it would have been so easy to comply, to avoid trouble, to shrink herself for the sake of peace. Instead, Rosa simply stayed seated. It seems such a small thing when you think about it. A woman, a seat, a refusal, and yet that single, silent act shook the foundations of injustice. It sparked a movement that rolled across the world like a rising tide. Courage, you see, isn't always a battlefield cry. Sometimes it's the sound of someone breathing deeply, staying exactly where they are, and saying without words, I will not move. Let that settle gently inside you tonight. The idea that sometimes simply standing or sitting where you know you must is enough to change everything. And so we move again. The soft fabric of time folds over us, warmer and heavier now, like a thick blanket pulled up under the chin. We find ourselves in another place, another life, one filled with fields and books and long hours under heavy skies. Here, we meet a girl named Malala, born in the valleys of Pakistan, with laughter in her voice and defiance in her blood. Malala believed fiercely that girls had the right to learn, not later, not someday. Now, when the world told her no, when grown men with guns and fear in their eyes tried to silence her, she did not wither. Even after suffering more than most could imagine, she rose. She spoke. Her voice, clear, strong, impossibly brave, traveled across mountains and oceans, reaching the hearts of millions. She became a symbol, yes, but before that, she was simply a daughter who loved her books, a student who wanted more than the small life others tried to assign her. Malala's story reminds us that youth is no barrier to greatness, that voices, even tiny ones, can carry farther than the loudest shouts of violence, that dreams, when held tightly enough, can change the very fabric of history. It is not grand gestures that weave the future. It is persistence. It is hope. It is one child sitting in a schoolhouse, refusing to stop believing that she and all girls deserve to learn. Let your breath deepen. Let the calmness around you grow heavier, richer. Feel it cradling you, steady and slow, because there are more stories to hear, and the next one drifts in on the soft, salt sweet breeze of the sea. We sail now to Haiti in the late 1700s. A woman named Marie-Jeanne Lamartinière stands tall amid the chaos of revolution. In a world of fire and musket and terror, she did not hide. She wore a uniform. She fought on the front lines during the Haitian Revolution, a rare and radiant figure of defiance in a time when women were rarely seen as warriors. History's pages do not tell us enough about her. They whisper her name, but leave the spaces around it mostly empty, and perhaps that is fitting, in a way, because real heroism often goes unseen, unnoticed, uncelebrated. But in the thick smoke of battle, Marie-Jeanne was there, shielding, leading, protecting, a woman who refused to be written out of the story of freedom. Tonight, we honor not just her victories, but her presence, her refusal to be invisible, her choice to step fully into history's light even when it burned. And maybe there's a part of you that understands that feeling, that quiet longing to be seen, to matter, to make your own dent in the fabric of the world. You already are, dear one, simply by being. Breathe slower now. The night is folding even more tenderly around you, like soft waves over warm sand. And in this gentle stillness, another figure steps forward, a woman cloaked in both mystery and brilliance, Hypatia of Alexandria, a mathematician, a philosopher, a teacher. In a time when few women were allowed to study, Hypatia stood at the center of learning itself. The last great librarian of the Library of Alexandria, she was a beacon of wisdom, a protector of knowledge at a time when ignorance threatened to snuff out the last sparks of light. She taught not just numbers and stars, but the beauty of asking questions, of doubting, of seeking truth, even when it was dangerous. Her life ended far too soon, torn away by violence and fear. But the echo of her intellect still hums through history, a reminder that ideas are more enduring than buildings, more powerful than mobs. Hypatia's story reminds us that understanding, real understanding, is a kind of rebellion, that every question we dare to ask is an act of hope, that even in the darkest times, learning is a kind of light. And so, let your heart rest in that light for a little while. Let it warm the tired places inside you. The night is still long. The stories are still waiting. The night holds us gently as we move forward. the world slowing to a soft pulse, like the steady rhythm of the heart when it feels safe, when it feels at home. Now the wind carries a scent of parchment and ink. We find ourselves in a quiet study in England, where candle flames tremble against the darkness. Here, a woman named Mary Wollstonecraft sits at a simple desk, her pen scratching fiercely across the paper. She is tired, often hungry, often ridiculed, but she writes anyway. She writes because she believes something wild and radical, that women are not ornaments or property, but beings of reason, capable of thought, deserving of rights. Her words, poured out in urgency and passion, would later shake the world awake, a vindication of the rights of woman, not just a book, but a spark thrown into a waiting forest. Mary did not live to see the fruits of her labor. Her life was hard, marked by struggle and sorrow, but her dreams, the ones she stitched into every line she wrote, took root, quietly, steadily, until one day those seeds became revolutions of their own. Her story reminds us that we may not always see the impact of our work, that sometimes the good we do today may not bloom until long after we are gone, and yet it is still worth doing, still vital, still beautiful. Let that thought drift down into the deepest parts of you. Let it soften the edges of any doubts you carry. You are planting seeds, even when you cannot see the garden yet. And so we move once more, carried by the slow current of memory, into another life, another kind of courage. It is the 1960s now. America hums with change, but also with tension, fear, resistance, and into that landscape steps a woman named Dolores Huerta, small in stature, mighty in spirit. She speaks not for herself alone, but for those who bend over fields from dawn to dusk, whose hands blister and backs break so that others might eat. Farm workers, often unseen, often unheard. Dolores refuses to let them be invisible. With tireless energy, she organizes marches, builds unions, demands dignity. She stands on crowded stages and dusty streets and speaks in a voice that cuts through the noise like a clear bell. Sí, se puede, she says. Yes, we can. And somehow, against towering obstacles, they do. They win protections, rights, recognition. Dolores teaches us that change does not only come from grand speeches or sweeping laws. It comes from conversations held in kitchens. It comes from papers handed out door to door. It comes from stubborn, steady persistence, from the refusal to give up. So tonight, if you feel small, if you feel unseen, remember her. Remember that a single voice, even a quiet one, can tip the balance of the world. The stars seem closer now, thick against the dark velvet sky. The night deepens, wrapping around us in endless comfort. And somewhere under that same sky, a young girl named Maya Angelou finds herself traveling a road strewn with pain, hardship, and silence. For years, she does not speak, not because she has nothing to say, but because the world has shown her its cruelty, and silence feels safer. But eventually, Maya finds her voice. She lifts it up in poetry, in stories, in song. Her words are rich, heavy with experience, yet light enough to soar. Still I rise, she writes, and in those three simple words, she captures something eternal: the resilience of the human spirit, the endless capacity to endure, to heal, to hope. Maya's voice became a balm to those who hurt, a torch for those who wandered in the dark, a celebration for those who, against all odds, chose to stand tall. Her story is a lullaby to every wounded soul. You are not broken, you are not alone, you are made of something deeper than despair. You too can rise. Let those words echo softly inside you. Let them rock you gently as you drift nearer to dreams. And now, as we float deeper into the night, we meet yet another light, a quiet one, but fierce nonetheless. It is Melinson, often called La Malinche, standing at the crossroads of history in the vast empires of the Americas. To some, she is a traitor, to others, a survivor. But what history often forgets is how young she was, just a girl, caught between worlds, navigating betrayal, love, power, and survival with nothing but her wits and her voice. She became an interpreter, a negotiator, a key figure in the meeting of civilizations, not because she wished for conquest, but because she understood that language could be a weapon and a shield. Malinson's story is complicated, as most real stories are. She reminds us that history is not made of heroes and villains, but of human beings, flawed, struggling, doing the best they can with what they have, and that sometimes survival itself is an act of bravery. Let your heart soften for her tonight, for all those whose stories have been twisted or forgotten, for all those who moved mountains simply by continuing to live. The night is growing heavier now, full and rich, like a deep, slow tide. Soon we will slip into the dreams waiting for us. The world hums so softly now, you can almost hear the stars breathing. We move again, slowly, like a leaf drifting across a wide, quiet river. Another figure waits for us in the folds of time, small, steady, full of purpose. Her name is Florence Nightingale. It is easy to think of her as a myth, the lady with the lamp, floating through dark hospital corridors, bringing light to the wounded. But she was real, flesh and bone, determination wrapped in delicate hands. Florence was not supposed to be a nurse. In her time, nursing was not a noble profession. but she felt a calling, deep, immovable, to care for the sick, to tend to the forgotten, to heal not only bodies, but broken systems. She traveled to war-torn hospitals where men lay dying in filth and neglect. She brought with her more than bandages. She brought new ideas, sanitation, organization, compassion tethered to reason. Under her touch, death rates fell. Hope rose. She did not stop there. She returned home and built a foundation of modern nursing that would ripple across centuries. She wrote papers, trained others, shaped policies. Florence teaches us that compassion is not weakness, that mercy can wear the armor of discipline and intelligence, that caring for others is not something we do instead of greatness. It is greatness itself. Breathe that in now, soft and deep. Let it ease into the spaces that ache inside you. You're never too gentle to change the world. And now, the mist carries us further still. We find ourselves in the smoky streets of Paris, where the air crackles with revolution and the promise of change. There, a woman named Olympe de Gouges lifts her voice into the roar of revolution. When the men of France declared liberty, equality, and fraternity, but only for themselves, she wrote her own declaration, the Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen. She demanded not only recognition, but respect, not only freedom, but full citizenship. Her words were bold, sharp, impossible to ignore, and for daring to claim equality, she paid the ultimate price. Yet Olympe's words survived her. They seeped into the soul of history, stirring hearts that would pick up her torch long after she was gone. She reminds us that change often comes at a cost, that courage sometimes asks everything of us, and yet, without voices like hers, the world would remain forever dimmer. Let the thought of her bravery settle over you like a warm, heavy quilt. You are wrapped in the work of those who came before you, their courage, their sacrifices, their dreams, and we are not done yet. The path bends again, and we find ourselves before another light, a softer one, but no less fierce. Harriet Tubman, woman who knew no freedom in her early life, born into the chains of slavery, and yet, inside her, a fire burned so brightly that not even the deepest cruelty could extinguish it. She escaped, and she could have stayed safe. She could have disappeared into a quiet life, but Harriet turned back. Again and again, she risked her life to free others, guiding them through the dark woods and hidden paths of the Underground Railroad. She moved through shadows like a wisp of wind, fearless, determined. She said she listened to the voice of something greater. Call it faith, call it purpose, call it the unbreakable will to live free. Harriet's story is not just one of bravery, it is one of love, fierce active love, a love so strong it refused to leave anyone behind. Hold that close tonight, the knowledge that real love does not shrink from danger, it fights, it carries, it endures. And now, as the sky deepens to an even darker blue, as the stars thicken into a shimmering quilt overhead, we drift into the life of another extraordinary woman, Ada Lovelace, the daughter of a famous poet, born into privilege, but destined for something far beyond ballrooms and pretty dresses. In an age when women were rarely taught serious mathematics, Ada saw beauty in numbers. She worked alongside Charles Babbage, who imagined a machine that could perform calculations. Ada looked even further. She realized that such a machine could do more than math. It could weave patterns, create music, transform thought into action. Long before the first computer was ever built, Ada wrote the world's first computer program. She dreamed of a future none of her contemporaries could even imagine. Her story reminds us that vision, real vision, often looks like madness to the world around it, that the seeds of tomorrow are often sown by those who are willing to dream far beyond what is considered reasonable. Breathe that in now, the daring to dream, the courage to imagine what has never been seen. The night is full and deep around us now, safe, sacred. Soon we will drift into dreams, but not yet, not just yet. There are a few more lights waiting for us in the long river of time. The night settles even heavier now, like a warm hand resting over your heart, urging you to slow down, to let go, to simply be carried. And so, we continue, floating gently toward another figure, standing quietly in the mists of history. There is a soft crunch of frost underfoot, the hint of a storm on the air. We are in Sweden now, and in the flickering candlelight, a woman named Greta Garbo is preparing for a different kind of journey, not across battlefields or libraries, but across the wide, uncertain waters of fame. Greta's name would one day echo across the world, her face immortalized on silver screens. But behind the mystery, behind the roles she played, was a deep, unwavering need for solitude, for authenticity, in a world that demanded constant performance. She chose silence in an industry that devoured those it claimed to love. She quietly stepped away. Greta reminds us that greatness is not always about staying visible. Sometimes it is about choosing yourself over the demands of others. Sometimes it is about knowing when to leave, when to protect the most precious parts of who you are. You are allowed to guard your soul too. You are allowed to step back when the world grows too loud. Let that comfort you now, sinking deeper into the soft places inside you, and then the current carries us onward to another woman, another light in the tapestry of memory. We find ourselves in a courtroom where the air is thick with expectation and history bends at the weight of one woman's presence. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, tiny in stature, mighty in mind. She spent her life carefully, stubbornly, chipping away at the walls of injustice, brick by brick, law by law. She did not rage. She reasoned. She studied. She argued. And through it all, she never lost her gentleness, her humor, her grace. Ruth taught us that the fight for equality is not won by shouting the loudest, but by building arguments so strong, so right, that they cannot be ignored. That change can be methodical, patient, steady as a heartbeat. Her quiet revolution changed the world not with explosions, but with the careful turning of tides. And when we feel that change is too slow, that the world is too stubborn, Ruth's story reminds us progress is possible. It has happened before. It is happening still. Breathe in the patience now. Breathe in the certainty that the work you do, even when unseen, even when incremental, matters. The stars seem even closer now, like tiny boats floating just above our heads, carrying dreams and wishes across an endless ocean. And there, gliding softly on a current of change, we meet another woman who dared to lift her voice against a storm. Wangari Maathai. In the green hills of Kenya, she planted a tree. It was a small act, a simple act, but it was also a rebellion. In a country where forests were being stripped away, where women's voices were pushed down, Wangari chose to grow instead of fight, to nurture instead of destroy. Tree by tree, village by village, she built a movement. She linked the health of the land to the health of the people. She showed that protecting nature was not separate from protecting freedom. They tried to silence her. They tried to crush her. But like the trees she loved, Wangari bent in the winds of opposition, but never broke. She grew stronger. She grew taller. Eventually, the world recognized what she had always known, that true power comes from tending to life, not tearing it down. Let her story plant something inside you tonight, a seed of hope, a tiny whisper that even the smallest acts, when done with love, can one day cover the world in green. Now the night feels like velvet, smooth and endless. We float now toward one final light for this evening, a woman whose heart carried the suffering of 1,000 souls, and whose hands, though small, were never too full to help another. Mother Teresa, born in Macedonia, drawn to India, she found beauty not in riches or fame, but in the faces of the poor, the dying, the forgotten. She did not heal with miracles. She healed with presence, with touch, with dignity, one person at a time, one wound at a time. She mended the broken edges of the world with simple, stubborn love. Her story reminds us that we do not need to be extraordinary to do extraordinary things, that the greatest acts of service often go unnoticed, unrecorded, but they ripple outward all the same. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, hold close the truth that your kindness, your tenderness, your small everyday mercies matter. You are part of the great, quiet chain of healing that stretches across time and space. And now, as the edges of wakefulness blur into the softest fog, we are ready to close this long, slow journey through history's most beautiful hearts. The world is so hushed now, softer than ever, as if time itself is breathing slow, long, deep breaths alongside you. We stay here, wrapped in the warmth of all the stories that have come before, the women who dared, who endured, who dreamed. Their lights flicker like 1,000 gentle candles, weaving a blanket of memory across the sky. And now we begin to settle, not to end their stories, but to carry them quietly into the silence that waits for us at the edge of sleep. Imagine yourself lying in a vast open field beneath a night sky stitched with stars. The air is cool, but not cold. The grass beneath you is soft, and the earth holds you like an old friend who has missed you for a very long time. The women we remembered tonight, Hatshepsut, Catherine, Curie, Rosa, Malala, Florence, Harriet, Ada, Ruth, Wangari, and so many others. They are not far away. They are close, very close. Their courage, their kindness, their laughter, and longing. It hums around you like the softest music, barely there, but still felt in every part of you. Their stories live not just in books, not just in statues or awards. They live in you, in your breath, in your hopes, in your quiet bravery to wake each morning and try again. And if you listen very carefully, beyond the slowing pulse of your own heart, beyond the tender exhale of the night air, you might hear them whispering to you. You are stronger than you know. You are part of something vast and beautiful and unbroken. You are exactly where you are meant to be. Let that settle deep, deep into your bones. Let it ease the weight of every worry you carried today. Let it rock you gently, like a ship cradled by the waves, like a child safe in the arms of the night. There is no more rushing here, no more proving, no more doing, just being, just breathing, just floating. Feel the warmth of every story we shared tonight, wrapping around you like a soft shawl woven by 1,000 tender hands. Feel how you belong, not because you did anything extraordinary today, not because you conquered or achieved, but simply because you are part of this great, quiet lineage of hope. You are enough. You have always been enough. The world will wait. Tomorrow will wait. For now, it is just you and the endless, shimmering stars. You and the slow turning of the earth. You and the deep, sweet silence that welcomes you home. Drift now, if you wish. Drift wherever your mind feels safest, into a dream where the fields are endless and the sky is wide, where the river hums your name as it carries you gently onward. Sleep, dear one. You are held, you are loved, you are home. The stars above remain constant, unwavering, just like the women whose stories quietly shaped the world. And as we drift deeper into the embrace of night, we're drawn toward more voices, quiet ones, resilient ones, fierce in their gentleness. Now, the air around us feels slightly different. There's a chill, but also a pulse, a heartbeat of protest, of resistance, echoing off city streets. We are in the American South again, this time in the 1950s and 60s, where a woman named Ella Baker is moving in the shadows of the civil rights movement, not on the covers of magazines, not on the podiums of rallies, but in church basements, community meetings, in the background, organizing, listening, empowering. Ella didn't want fame. She didn't seek applause. What she wanted was impact, real, human, lasting change. She believed leadership wasn't about one voice at the top, but thousands of voices rising together. She mentored students, fueled grassroots revolutions, and built the very foundations that movements would stand on. Strong people don't need strong leaders, she said, and perhaps that's the most beautiful truth of all. That greatness often looks like helping others rise. Ella teaches us that we don't always need to lead the march. Sometimes we are the ones who quietly help others lace up their shoes. Let that rest inside you now. The reassurance that whatever role you play in the world, no matter how quiet or behind the scenes, it is sacred. It is enough. Let's drift forward now, across oceans and into another era, where the desert winds of the Middle East whisper of strength, beauty, and spirit. Here, we meet Queen Zenobia of Palmyra. She ruled not with softness alone, but with intellect, with courage, and yes, with fire. Zenobia led armies. She challenged the Roman Empire. She defended her people with brilliant strategy and unwavering resolve. She wasn't content to be queen in name only. She wore the weight of leadership fully, proudly, without apology. And though history tells us she was eventually defeated and captured, that is not the end of her story. Because even in captivity, Zenobia held her head high. Her spirit, her pride, her identity, those were things no empire could ever steal. Her story is a reminder that we are not only what we win, we are what we withstand. We are what we choose to carry, and how we carry it. You, too, have endured things that others may never see. and still you carry them with grace. Feel the truth of that, humming low and steady inside you like a drum beat. And now the breeze carries us once again, and we land in a library, quiet, fragrant with paper and dust, heavy with the weight of words. This is where we find Toni Morrison. Her voice changed literature, not because it was loud, but because it was precise, honest, unafraid. She wrote of pain, of beauty, of black womanhood in all its complexity, not to explain, not to justify, but to honor. Toni wrote characters who had been denied space, denied softness, denied the right to be seen, and in her stories, they bloomed. She did not cater to what the world expected of her. She wrote as she lived, fully, truthfully, unapologetically. Toni teaches us that our stories matter, that our voice, even if it trembles, even if it's unsure, is worthy of being heard. And you have stories too, in your memories, in your silences, in the smallest things you've survived. They matter. Let her words cradle you now, slow, deliberate, full of breath and power. Let yourself remember that storytelling isn't just for books or stages. It happens every time you speak your truth, every time you name your pain, every time you say, "This is what I've lived through." The stars shift slightly above us, making room for another light, another name. Now we find ourselves in Iran during a time when change stirred just beneath the surface. A woman named Foro Farrokhzad sits with her pen, writing poems that challenge the order of things. Her verses were bold, sometimes shocking in their intimacy and defiance. She dared to write about desire, about loneliness, about womanhood from the inside, not as a symbol, not as an object, but as a human being. Foro paid dearly for her honesty, but she did not stop. She could not stop, because truth, once awakened, cannot return to sleep. Her poems live on, raw, radiant, and full of fire. Foro shows us that the heart is a revolutionary force. That vulnerability is not weakness, but a weapon. Let her spirit warm you now. Let her daring breathe courage into whatever parts of you feel silenced. The night is long, yes, but so full, full of voices, full of tenderness, full of women who gave their whole selves to the world and who now give something quiet and healing to you. You're not alone here. The night continues to hold steady, like a deep ocean with no end. Only quiet swells, lifting and lowering your thoughts in slow, peaceful rhythm. And now, through the calm, another voice rises, soft but certain, like the flicker of a flame that refuses to go out. We are in India now. The land breathes with color and contradiction, and at its heart we find a woman wrapped in white and silence, yet bursting with vision. Her name, Indira Gandhi. She was born into a family of political fire, but when the time came, she did not merely walk the path laid before her. She carved it deeper, wider, into something uniquely her own. She became the first, and, for many years, the only female Prime Minister of India, a country of vast complexities, impossible expectations, and pressures few could survive. She ruled not with perfection, but with presence. Her leadership was questioned, praised, feared, celebrated, but never ignored. Indira was not simple. Her choices were not always gentle, but she stood at the helm of a nation and bore its storms, and in doing so, she showed the world that strength has no gender. Her story, like many great women's, is not about being right or beloved. It's about being willing, willing to stand in the light, willing to be seen, willing to bear the weight of power. Let that settle into you slowly, the quiet courage it takes to show up fully, especially when the world is watching. Breathe in the steadiness of that presence. Breathe out anything that asks you to be small. And now, the air cools again. We find ourselves under towering oaks in the deep American South. The birds are still, the streets are still, but one woman is not. Fannie Lou Hamer, born to sharecroppers, raised in poverty, beaten and jailed for daring to vote. She became a voice so clear, so full of fire and faith, that even presidents trembled when she spoke. She said things the world didn't want to hear. She told the truth, not just with words, but with her body, her pain, her unshakable belief that justice was not a privilege, but a birthright. They tried to silence her many times, but her voice only grew stronger, grounded in love, in spirit, in the rooted wisdom of generations. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, she said. And with that, she captured a truth that rippled through time. The exhaustion of injustice, the weariness of being unheard, and the strength it takes to keep going anyway. Fannie Lou teaches us that sometimes the greatest act of courage is to simply keep speaking, even when your voice shakes, even when you've been told not to. Let her story lie gently across your chest tonight, like a warm hand, reminding you that your truth is worthy of breath, worthy of space. The breeze shifts again, and with it, we move to another time, another woman, another kind of fire. We see a young girl in Pakistan. Her name is Benazir. Benazir Bhutto, elegant, educated, resilient, became the first woman to lead a Muslim-majority country. And she did so with grace, with brilliance, with a fierce tenderness that carried the weight of an entire nation. She believed in democracy, in dialogue, in the possibility of a kinder future, even when that belief came at enormous personal cost. She was imprisoned, exiled, attacked, And yet, she returned. She returned because some dreams are worth the danger, because some women refuse to disappear. Benazir's life was a dance with danger, but also with love, for her people, for her children, for a country that broke her heart and held her soul. And though she was taken too soon, the imprint she left remains, deep, complex, eternal. Benazir reminds us that even in the chaos of politics, there can be poetry, that even when surrounded by doubt, we can carry dignity like a shield. Breathe in that strength. Let it become part of you, not sharp or loud, but settled, steady, waiting in the quiet parts of your spirit. And now, softly, we step once more across the sands of time. We find ourselves in ancient China, where a young girl, Mulan, stands quietly before her father's sword. Though many know her through myth, there was truth in her legend. Whether Mulan was one girl or many, her story represents something very real. A woman who disguised herself as a man, who rode into battle not for glory, but for love, for her father, for her family, for peace. She was brave, not because she wanted to be seen, but because she couldn't bear to let someone else suffer in her place. Mulan's courage was quiet, born not of pride, but of loyalty. And when the war ended, she asked for no reward. She returned to her life, her village, her simple joys. She had nothing to prove. She had only wanted to protect. Her story has lasted centuries because it is universal. It reminds us that courage does not look the same on everyone. It doesn't always wear armor or raise banners. Sometimes it looks like stepping forward when every part of you wants to step back. Let that live inside you now, the knowing that you too are brave, even in the silence, even in the stillness. The night stretches on, deeper than before, but you're not lost in it. You're held by it. The world outside is quiet now, not from emptiness, but from fullness, from the kind of stillness that only comes when stories have been told, when truths have been spoken, and when the heart begins to soften into rest. We drift now into another place, another life, where a woman's voice changed not only her own destiny, but the fate of a whole people. Her name was Emmeline Pankhurst. The air around her was sharp with tension. The city pulsed with resistance. England, in the early 1900s, was beginning to tremble with the voices of women who had grown tired of waiting for permission. Emmeline did not ask. She demanded. She led the suffragette movement with fearless resolve, organizing protests, writing articles, marching with women who had been invisible for far too long. Her motto was simple: deeds, not words. She was arrested. She was ridiculed. But she did not stop, because the truth she carried burned brighter than any punishment could extinguish. She believed that women's voices belonged not just in the home, but in the halls of power, that their choices mattered, that their votes mattered, and thanks to her and to those who stood beside her, millions of women would one day walk into voting booths, heads high, hearts steady, knowing their voices had weight. Emmeline's story reminds us that disruption can be sacred, that shaking the system is sometimes the kindest thing we can do for ourselves and for those who will come after. Let that ripple gently inside you now. You are allowed to take up space. You are allowed to raise your voice. And now, the scene softens again. We are in a quiet room with bright windows and bare walls. A woman sits at a desk, her eyes focused on a manuscript. Her name is Rachel Carson. She was not a politician, not a protester. She was a scientist, a writer, a woman who loved the ocean and believed that the earth, in all its beauty, deserved to be protected. She watched as chemicals were poured into the land, into the rivers, into the air, and she knew that silence was no longer an option. So she wrote Silent Spring, a book that uncovered the truth about pesticides, about pollution, about how we were poisoning the very planet that fed and sheltered us. People tried to discredit her, to question her intelligence, to dismiss her as emotional. But her words were rooted in fact, in care, in a love so deep for the natural world, it could not be denied. Rachel Carson sparked a movement that would blossom into environmental protections, awareness, and action across the globe. She reminds us that change begins with awareness, and that even quiet voices, when spoken clearly and bravely, can move mountains. Let her wisdom wrap around you now, like a tide pulling gently at your feet, asking you to slow down, to listen, to care. From the forests and coasts, we move once more, this time into the folds of ink-stained robes and echoes of devotion. We are in Tibet, and here, a woman named Jetsunma Tenzin Palmo is deep in meditation. Born in England, drawn to Buddhism, she became one of the first Western women to be ordained as a Tibetan Buddhist nun. But that was not enough for her. She spent 12 years in solitude, in a small cave high in the Himalayas, seeking not fame, not enlightenment for herself, but the possibility of equality for women in religious practice. When she emerged, she did not claim mastery. She returned to teach, to uplift, to fight for recognition and respect for Buddhist nuns around the world. Her life is a testament to inner strength, not the kind that shouts, but the kind that waits, that watches, that grows like roots in silence. She shows us that stillness is not the absence of motion, but the presence of deep purpose. You don't always need to act to be meaningful. Sometimes, just being with full presence and care is the most powerful thing of all. And now, the air grows warmer again. We find ourselves in Liberia, in the midst of civil war, but in the middle of violence and despair, a woman stands, tall. Her name is Lema Gbowie. She was not a general. She had no weapons. What she had was resolve. She gathered women, Christian and Muslim, to pray, to sing, to protest peacefully in the streets. They wore white. They stood outside palaces. They demanded peace with nothing but their bodies, their voices, and their refusal to give up. And in time, they won. Her movement helped end Liberia's brutal civil war, and years later, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for her role in rebuilding not just a nation, but its heart. Lema teaches us that peace is not passive. It is a choice, a fight, a steady, trembling force that refuses to become what it opposes. Let her story light a soft candle in you, a reminder that no matter how broken the world may seem, healing is always possible. Always. The stars above feel closer now, like they've drawn themselves in, wanting to be near the warmth of these stories. So many women, so many quiet revolutions, and still more wait. Let's drift onward. The night deepens, but it does not grow colder. It grows gentler, like a tide, drawing closer, not to pull us away, but to rock us softly, to remind us that we are held. And now, into the hush, another presence joins us, another woman, walking a different path, carrying a flame that refused to flicker out. Her name was Josephine Baker. To many, she was a dancer, a performer, a woman who lit up the Paris stage. With movement so free, so full of joy and rebellion, it seemed to defy gravity itself. But Josephine was more than applause and spotlight. She was born into poverty in America, where her skin was a mark of exclusion. But she carried something radiant inside, something uncontainable. She moved to France, where she was embraced not only as an artist, but as a soul. And there, her journey expanded. When World War II broke out, she became a spy for the French resistance. She hid messages in her sheet music. She passed secrets across borders. She used her fame not for comfort, but for cause. Later, when the world tried to tell her that peace was found in separation, that people were meant to be divided by race, by language, by history, she built something else. She adopted 12 children from around the world, called them her Rainbow Tribe, raised them together in a home that stood as a quiet, living protest against the notion that we are meant to be apart. Josephine Baker laughed in the face of limitation. She reminded us that art can be resistance, that love can be an act of defiance, that even the wildest dreams, when lived, can reshape the world. Let her story stretch inside you now. Let it settle in those places that still wonder if you are allowed to shine. You are, and not only allowed, You are meant to. Now the wind carries us across time again, this time into the corridors of space and code. We are walking beside a woman named Margaret Hamilton. She did not wear a cape. She wore glasses. She carried notebooks. She stood in a room full of men in white shirts and black ties, and she held the calculations that would one day carry humankind to the moon. She led the team that developed the onboard software for the Apollo missions. Her code, handwritten line by line, was what guided the spacecraft through the vast unknown. There's a story that lives in whispers, passed from engineer to engineer. Just moments before the Apollo 11 lunar landing, alarms blared in the cockpit. The system was overloaded, but Margaret's code knew what to do. It was written to prioritize, to ignore the noise, to focus on the core task, landing safely. And it worked, because she had imagined the unimaginable. She had built something with care, with intelligence, and with love. Margaret reminds us that brilliance can look like patience, that sometimes saving the world isn't dramatic. It's mathematical, it's quiet, it's precise. She teaches us that logic and heart are not opposites, they are partners, and that what we build with love, even if it's made of numbers, can become a bridge between Earth and stars. Let her story light a quiet spark in you, the kind that says, even if no one sees the hours you spend building, dreaming, coding, hoping, it still matters. And now, across that starlit bridge, we meet another soul whose legacy lies not in formulas, but in poetry. A woman who held nations in her words. Gabriela Mistral. She was the first Latin American woman to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. Born in Chile, shaped by mountains and wind, her voice carried the tenderness of 1,000 lullabies and the weight of countless sorrows. Gabriela wrote of children, of mothers, of longing and loneliness. But beneath every poem was a prayer that the world might one day become kinder, quieter, more whole. She worked not only with pen in hand, but in classrooms. She was a teacher before she was a writer, and even after her fame grew, she remained one, because she believed that education was the seed of all change. She once wrote, "Many things we need can wait. The child cannot." Gabriela's life reminds us that softness is not the opposite of strength, that grief and beauty often live in the same breath, that to teach a child, to comfort a stranger, to write a verse that calms another heart, these are not small acts. They are revolutions. Let her words wrap around you now, like the slow turn of a page, like the warmth of a book held to your chest on a cold day. Breathe in the quiet bravery it takes to be both tender and truthful in a world that often asks us to choose only one. And now, the wind shifts once more. not across countries this time, but deep into the land of spirit and skin. We are in Nigeria. The sun is bright, but so is the mind of a young girl. Chimamanda, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Her words are full of rhythm and soul. She writes of women who are strong and flawed, full of laughter and rage and desire. She tells stories of families, of countries at war, of the impossible task of belonging to two cultures at once. She speaks boldly, publicly, about feminism, about identity, about the danger of hearing only a single story. She reminds us that people are not stereotypes, that women are not ideas to be debated, but lives to be honored. Chimamanda does not whisper. She speaks with clarity, with grace, and when she does, the world listens. Her story is still unfolding, but even now, it teaches us that the voice you were given is yours to use, not to please, not to blend, but to say something real, to name your experience, to name what matters, to hold space for others and say, I see you, I understand. Let her confidence seep into you now, not as loudness, but as certainty. You know who you are, and that knowing is enough. The night is soft again. You have walked beside so many women now, queens, rebels, poets, coders, mothers, seekers, and still more wait. Their stories, like yours, are not always written in books. Some are carried in hands, in songs, in the shape of a child's name, whispered through generations. Let yourself drift now, wrapped in all the lives we visited. They are not separate from you. They live in your memory now, in your breath, in your quiet determination to be kind, to be brave, to be whole. Rest if you feel ready, or ask for more when you are. And so we float forward, not quickly, not urgently, but with the slow rhythm of waves, lapping at the edge of something ancient and good. Each story leaves a shimmer in its wake, and now another one begins to glow just ahead, inviting us closer. We are in a quiet bedroom. The light is low, the sheets tucked neatly. A young girl is sitting upright, a book in her lap, her brow furrowed, not in confusion, but in focus. Her name is Anne Frank. She was only 13 when the world around her changed in ways that no child should ever have to witness. Forced into hiding with her family during the horror of the Holocaust, Anne did not shout or resist with fists. She wrote in a small attic above the streets of Amsterdam. She wrote of her dreams, her fears, her loneliness, her hope, while the world outside thundered with hatred and fear. She created a space of light and honesty inside her diary. Page after page, she poured out her thoughts, simple, profound, raw. She wrote of wanting to be heard, of believing that people were still good, even when everything around her told her otherwise. Her words were never meant to be seen by millions, but they were, and they are. Anne never left that attic alive, but her voice traveled far beyond its walls. She reminds us that even in the darkest of places, the human spirit can shine. That writing, reflection, storytelling, they are forms of survival, of resistance, of eternal presence. Let her gentleness rest beside you now. Let it show you that your voice, no matter how young or small or hidden, matters more than you can and know. And from that soft, sad story, we move to one full of color and creation, another kind of survival, expressed through brush and canvas. Frida Kahlo. She was not what the world expected of women in her time. She was fierce, unfiltered, and full of contradictions. She was broken in body, but unbroken in spirit. After a bus accident left her in chronic pain, Frida spent months in bed, confined, still. And in that stillness, she began to paint, not flowers, not landscapes, but herself. She painted her pain, her confusion, her body, her mind. Her work was raw and surreal, full of symbolism and self-examination. She didn't paint to be admired. She painted to be understood. Frida's life was complex, full of love, betrayal, politics, art, but through it all, she remained honest. She reminds us that even when our bodies betray us, even when life does not go according to plan, we can still choose to make beauty, not tidy, polished beauty, but real, wild, emotional beauty. Let her truth settle into you like brush strokes across skin, vivid, imperfect, alive. Let yourself be reminded that healing does not always look like erasing the scar. Sometimes it looks like painting it gold. Drift now into another time, not far from Frida's, and meet a woman whose revolution did not start in politics or protests, but in the pages of books, a quiet rebellion told with tenderness. We meet Virginia Woolf. She sat in rooms that were not always her own, rooms full of thoughts, rooms where women had rarely been invited to speak, much less to write. Virginia believed that every woman needed a space, not just physically, but mentally, spiritually, a room of one's own. She wrote novels that bent time, explored memory, challenged convention. Her sentences flowed like rivers, her thoughts deep as oceans. She wasn't always at peace. Her mind was often her greatest burden, but her work became a lighthouse for those adrift in silence. She showed the world that women's inner lives mattered, that their reflections, longings, dreams were not secondary, they were essential. Virginia's story is one of creation born from struggle, of brilliance born from pain, of legacy born from persistence. She reminds us that Introspection is not indulgence, it's resistance. To know yourself, to write yourself into existence, is a radical act. Let her words wash over you now, like a tide that asks nothing but for you to rest, to float, to be. And now the breeze changes direction. We move again, this time to a continent not always included in bedtime stories, but full of power, full of voices, full of history. We are in South Africa, and the woman who stands before us does so not for herself, but for her people. Her name is Winnie Madikizela Mandela. She was more than a political figure. She was a symbol of resistance, of grief, of hope, of fierce, unyielding love. While her husband, Nelson Mandela, was imprisoned for nearly 3 decades, Winnie carried the weight of the anti-apartheid movement on her shoulders. She was harassed, imprisoned, exiled, but she never stopped fighting. She was controversial, yes. Complex, yes. But what cannot be denied is that she bore the pain of a nation in her own bones. She kept the memory of justice alive when the world tried to forget. She reminded her people every day that they mattered, that their freedom was not a favor, it was a right. Winnie reminds us that strength is not always soft. Sometimes it is sharp, loud, unruly, because the world is not always gentle, and survival sometimes means standing where no one else dares to. Let her legacy settle in you now, not as a lesson, but as a presence. You do not need to be perfect to be powerful. You only need to remain. We're near the center of the night now, that deepest, stillest place where memory slows, where the stories take on a lullaby rhythm, and in that quiet, we meet one more woman for tonight. The stars glow pale above her. The air is quiet around her. Her hands are small, but always reaching toward the forgotten. Her name is Clara Barton. She was a nurse during the American Civil War, a time of blood, chaos, and unbearable suffering. She did not wait for permission to help. She ran toward the wounded into fields where bullets flew, carrying bandages, food, water, and presents. They called her the angel of the battlefield, but she didn't stop when the war ended. She founded the American Red Cross, building an institution that would one day respond to disasters around the world, offering aid, comfort, and hope. Clara reminds us that care is not a reaction, it is a calling, and that healing is not always about fixing. Sometimes it's about staying, being there, bearing witness, offering a hand when there are no words. Let that truth tuck you in tonight. You don't have to save the world to matter. You just have to care. The stories will wait. The night will hold you. The stars remain above you, like old friends who never leave. The night is full, but not heavy. It's like being held in a deep breath, that never tightens, only softens, deeper, slower, more tender with every moment. We return now to a time not far from our own, one that still echoes in the world we wake up to each day. We find ourselves in Burma, now called Myanmar, walking behind a woman whose life was shaped by silence, resistance, and the unbearable patience that comes with waiting for freedom. Aung San Suu Kyi, her father had once dreamed of independence for their country. He had been killed when she was just a child. Years later, she returned to her homeland and inherited not just his legacy, but the weight of a people's hope. She did not fight with weapons. She fought with stillness, placed under house arrest. For years, 21 in total, across several stretches, she remained peaceful, quiet, steadfast. Outside her gates, the world raged. Inside, she read, she prayed, she waited. Her commitment to democracy won her the Nobel Peace Prize. And though her later years in leadership were tangled in deep, difficult questions, her early story remains one of almost surreal patience and unimaginable strength. She reminds us that sometimes holding your ground day after day, year after year, is the most revolutionary act of all. Let that steady quiet settle into your bones, the kind that knows not everything must be rushed. Some things, the most important things, take time. And now we step into a new space, loud, colorful, crowded with the energy of pop culture and global fame. But even here, another kind of power has bloomed. We meet Oprah Winfrey. She came from poverty, from hardship, from a childhood no one would envy. But even in her most painful moments, she found something inside herself that would not be broken. Her voice. Oprah didn't just talk, she listened. She created space for others to be seen, to speak their truth, to cry without shame, to grow out loud. She built an empire, not on manipulation or marketing, but on connection, on authenticity. Over the decades, she interviewed presidents, poets, survivors, leaders, and always, always, she made them feel human. But perhaps Oprah's greatest legacy is not what she achieved, but what she gave. She gave people the permission to feel, to say, "This happened to me," and to be met with compassion, not silence. She reminds us that healing is possible, that vulnerability is a kind of strength, and that if you have a platform, no matter how small, you can use it to lift others. Let her presence warm you now. You don't have to be famous to make someone feel seen. All it takes is presence, openness, kindness that listens. The wind changes again. It brings us back to the roots of movement, of legacy, of song. We are in the Harlem of the early 1900s, and a woman with a voice like thunder is about to change music forever. Billie Holiday. Her voice wasn't perfect in the polished way some demanded. It cracked, it slid, it sighed, but it held more truth than any sheet music could write. When she sang Strange Fruit, a haunting protest against the lynching of black Americans, she did something that went beyond music. She turned pain into poetry. She forced the world to look at what it wanted to ignore. Her life was full of hardship, addiction, abuse, control, but through it all, her voice remained full of ache, full of fire. Billy reminds us that art is not always easy. It's not always soft. Sometimes it burns. Sometimes it mourns. Sometimes it carries the grief we cannot name. Let her voice echo inside you now, low, steady, and impossibly human. Your sadness does not make you weak. It makes you real. And from song, we return to resistance, not with signs or speeches this time, but with footsteps. We follow a woman named Mary Jackson, the first black female engineer at NASA. Her story, like so many others, was hidden for years. She worked in the background alongside other brilliant women, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, who performed the calculations that sent rockets into space. They worked in segregated offices, faced closed doors, and still, they did the work. Mary pushed not only through math problems, but through walls. She fought to study in all-white schools. She advocated for other women in science. She refused to let genius be silenced by prejudice. She reminds us that some revolutions wear lab coats, some protest by showing up again and again, smarter, stronger, more prepared. She did not ask to be exceptional. She simply was. And now, she is finally being seen. Let her strength sink into you like a quiet equation solved in the dark. You, too, are allowed to be brilliant. You, too, are allowed to belong in every room you walk into. We drift now to the rooftops of Paris, where the wind feels like possibility, and the page waits to be written. There, a woman named Simone de Beauvoir stands, with a cigarette in one hand, a notebook in the other. She was not warm in the traditional sense. She was sharp, intellectual, bold. She wrote The Second Sex, a book that would become one of the cornerstones of modern feminism. In it, she declared that woman is not born, she is made. That society shapes us not only with its rules, but with its expectations. Simone's words were not designed to comfort. They were designed to awaken, and awaken they did. Her philosophy made its way into classrooms, into policy, into the hearts of women who had always felt something was unjust, but hadn't had the language for it yet. Simone reminds us that thinking is an act of power, that writing is resistance, that clarity is a form of rebellion. Let her intellect shine gently within you now. like a lamp turned low beside the bed, not blinding, just enough to light the truth. You don't have to be loud to be heard. You just have to be honest. The night grows deeper, but not darker. You are surrounded by all these women, their memories, their echoes, their warmth, and somewhere inside, they were once just like you, full of fear, full of hope, unsure where their path would lead, and still they stepped forward. The night is thick now, not with weight, but with wonder, like a soft fog of memory, wrapping around you, settling you into stillness. You've walked far, through stories of courage, love, defiance, sorrow, and song, and yet the path is not finished. More voices wait to be remembered. We find ourselves now in Birmingham, Alabama. The year is 1963, and standing in the warmth of a southern sun is a little girl, only 6 years old. Her name is Ruby Bridges. She does not hold a sign. She does not make a speech. She carries only a book bag, small hands, and a heart filled with more bravery than most will ever know. Ruby was the first black child to attend an all-white elementary school in the American South. Each morning, she was escorted by federal marshals, walking past crowds that screamed and spat and hurled hate toward her tiny figure. Inside the school, she learned alone, a single child in a classroom meant to exclude her. And yet, she showed up every day. Ruby did not rage. She did not run. She walked forward, not because she understood the weight of history on her shoulders, but because she wanted to learn, and in doing so, she became a symbol of possibility. Her story reminds us that sometimes it is the smallest among us who carry the most power. That innocence, when paired with resolve, becomes something holy. Let her memory rest in you now, like a steady heartbeat. You too are capable of quiet courage, even when the world is loud with fear. Now, the wind carries us across oceans again, this time to the sweeping lands of New Zealand. Here, we meet a woman whose name echoes with firsts. Kate Shepherd. She was a suffragist, and the woman who led the charge to make New Zealand the first self-governing country in the world to grant women the right to vote. Kate did not protest with violence. She wrote. She organized. She gathered signatures, hundreds and hundreds, until her petition stretched the length of a hallway. She believed deeply in reason, in conversation, in the idea that hearts could be moved not just by passion, but by clarity. And eventually, the law changed. New Zealand's women went to the polls in 1893, and because of Kate, the world followed. She reminds us that change often begins not in thunder, but in persistence, in showing up again and again, armed only with truth and faith in others. Let that truth settle in your breath tonight, the kind that says, you don't have to yell to be heard. You just have to keep speaking. And now, we step into the space between science and healing. We are in a hospital. The air smells of antiseptic, of sleep, of life and death, sharing the same hallway. Here, a woman moves from room to room with calm purpose. Elizabeth Blackwell. She was the first woman to receive a medical degree in the United States, not because it was allowed, but because she refused to accept that it wasn't. In the 1800s, medicine was a world closed off to women, and yet she pushed her way through the doors. She studied, she graduated at the top of her class, and she didn't stop there. Elizabeth went on to found her own medical college for women. She trained other women to heal, to lead, to be unafraid. She reminds us that barriers only stay up if we stop pressing against them. Let her presence stay near your pulse tonight, the kind of persistence that doesn't need to be seen, only felt. You too can choose to be the first, not for glory, but for the sake of those who will follow you through the door. We move again into books, into stories, into the space where adventure meets identity. We find a girl with glasses, a wand, and a lightning scar, but behind her, we see a woman sitting at a cafe table with a child sleeping beside her, a notebook in one hand, a pen in the other. Her name, J.K. Rowling. She wrote Harry Potter while facing poverty, loneliness, and loss. She wrote with borrowed time, in borrowed spaces, holding on to the one thing that could not be taken from her, her imagination. What began as a story to escape became a story that healed for millions. And though her legacy has become complicated in later years, the truth remains. A single mother with a dream once changed the landscape of childhood forever. She reminds us that creation doesn't require perfect conditions, only the refusal to let go of wonder. Let that idea drift beside you now, the knowing that your ideas, your dreams, your inner worlds, they matter, even if no one sees them yet, even if they live only in your mind. Now we move from stories of magic to a life rooted in earth, in justice, in the rhythm of harvest and heart. We are with Vandana Shiva, an Indian physicist turned environmental activist. She turned her gaze from quantum theory to seeds, to farmers, to the sacred relationship between humans and land. She spoke out against genetically modified crops, against the corporatization of agriculture. She stood for biodiversity, for the wisdom of indigenous practices, for the right to nourish and be nourished without harm. Vandana reminds us that wisdom does not always come from labs, that true intelligence often grows from the soil, from observation, from the hands of those who feed others. She teaches us that nature and culture are not separate, they are one. Let her voice settle into you like rain on dry earth. You too are part of something living, something worth protecting. And now One more woman waits in the folds of night, a woman whose fight was quiet, and yet whose impact has never stopped rippling outward. Her name is Henrietta Lacks. She was not a scientist. She was not an activist. She was a mother, a patient, a woman who went to the hospital with pain and whose cells, taken without consent, would go on to revolutionize modern medicine. Her cells, the first ever to survive indefinitely in a lab, became known as HeLa. They helped create vaccines, uncover treatments, advance understanding of cancer, HIV, and more. But Henrietta never knew. For decades, her name was hidden. Her family received nothing. Her body was used, but her story left untold until the world began to ask, who was she? And when they looked, they found a woman full of joy, full of family, full of life. Henrietta reminds us that no contribution is too small, that even without fame or credit, your life matters. Your presence leaves a mark. Let that truth hold you now, like soft hands across your shoulders. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are here, and that is enough. The stars breathe slowly above, and the stories hum around you like lullabies, some loud, some soft, all still singing. The sky is darker now, but not empty. It is full, full of every woman we've met, every step we've walked beside them, every echo of love, fight, and dream that they left behind. Each story becomes a thread woven softly around your spirit, keeping you warm here at the edge of waking and rest. We move now to a different kind of battlefield, one made of courtrooms and unspoken rules, of ambition and intellect. Here, we meet Constance Baker Motley. Born in 1921, she was the daughter of immigrants and grew up in a time when both her gender and her skin color were seen as reasons to stay small. But Constance did not shrink. She studied law. She stood before judges and juries. She argued not just with passion, but with facts, precision, grace. She became the first black woman to argue a case before the U.S. Supreme Court, and she won again and again. She worked closely with Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, helping to dismantle segregation case by case. Eventually, she would become the first black woman to serve as a federal judge. Her presence in courtrooms, where women like her had never stood before, was itself a kind of revolution. Constance didn't yell. She didn't pound the table. She simply belonged and refused to act otherwise. Her story reminds us that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is claim your place, quietly, unapologetically. Let that idea settle into your spine. You don't have to fight to exist. You already do. From courtrooms, we walk now to classrooms, to a woman whose chalk-stained hands shaped generations. We meet Maria Montessori. She was born in Italy, At a time when girls were expected to learn obedience, not medicine, but Maria was not interested in expectations. She became one of the first female doctors in her country. As she worked with children, especially those labeled as unreachable, she began to see something others didn't, that learning is not a system to force, but a garden to tend. She created the Montessori method, a gentle, child-centered approach to education, an approach that trusted children, that saw their curiosity not as a distraction, but as the very key to knowledge. Even today, all over the world, her ideas continue to shape how children learn, how they grow. Maria reminds us that nurturing is not lesser than leading, that to teach with patience is to shape the future. Let her wisdom ease into your breath. You don't need to control everything. Growth happens in safe, quiet spaces. Now, we move again, this time to a woman who once stood alone before a sea of cameras, her voice trembling, but her truth unwavering. Her name is Anita Hill. It was 1991. She sat before the United States Senate and described the harassment she had endured. She was calm, detailed, brave. The world watched. Some doubted her, some attacked her, but she did not flinch. She told her story not for herself, but for every woman who had ever been made to feel powerless. Though justice did not come swiftly, her voice sparked a national conversation. More women entered politics. More voices rose. The world shifted. Anita reminds us that speaking your truth is never in vain, even if the world isn't ready to hear it. Let her bravery curl around you now like a quiet fire. You don't have to shout, just tell the truth. And now, into the wind, we follow another quiet fire, this time from the world of math, the language of logic, of pattern, of the stars. We meet Maryam Mirzakhani. Born in Iran, she grew up during war and restriction, but inside her, a different universe bloomed. One made of numbers and shapes and proofs that twisted like poetry. She studied relentlessly, moved across oceans, became the first woman and first Iranian to win the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics. She didn't seek the spotlight. She scribbled formulas on huge sheets of paper, sprawled across the floor. She loved complexity, not competition. Miriam reminds us that brilliance doesn't always look like we expect. Sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's shy, sometimes it's found in the hands of a woman drawing spirals of logic at 2 a.m. Let her story whisper gently inside you. Your curiosity is a gift. Your wonder, your questions, they belong. We travel now to the streets of Karachi, Pakistan. Here, another voice waits, fierce, soft, and unshaken. Her name is Asma Jahangir. She was a lawyer, a defender of human rights, a woman who spoke for those no one wanted to hear. She stood beside the poor, the persecuted, the forgotten, defending women, minorities, and prisoners with fearless conviction. She was arrested, threatened, but never silenced. She founded legal aid services, led protests, and took the truth into courtrooms that tried to ignore it. Asma's life reminds us that justice is not abstract, it's made real through courage. Let her voice rest with you tonight, the knowledge that you too can be someone's protection, someone's light. And now, one more voice, a woman whose story is wrapped in rhythm, in culture, in movement. Misty Copeland. She became the first black principal ballerina at the American Ballet Theater. She started late by ballet standards, faced rejection for her body type, her background, her color, but she danced anyway, through pain, through doubt, through exhaustion. She danced. Her strength wasn't just in her muscles, it was in her refusal to let others define her limits. Now, young dancers see her and know they belong, that the stage was always theirs too. Misty reminds us that grace is not softness, it is power, it is balance, it is defying gravity without ever leaving yourself behind. Let her steps move through your own story. You are allowed to take up space beautifully, boldly. Your path doesn't need to match anyone else's. And as her final pirouette fades into stillness, we drift once more into the quiet center of the night. The stories still hum all around you, gentle and full. And you are not just listening to them anymore. You are part of them. The air is softer now, not because the night is ending, but because you've become part of it. The stillness no longer feels empty. It feels known, trusted, like it was waiting for you all along. And so, we continue. This time, we find ourselves in a corner of the world often overlooked, yet so full of light. Afghanistan. There, in a place where education for girls has long been threatened, a young woman begins to write under the name Rahima. Her identity must be hidden for her safety, but her voice is clear, brave, unshaken. She writes blog posts for the BBC, describing what life is like for girls under the shadow of the Taliban, risking everything just to say, this is what we are living through. We do not know her face. We may never hear her full name, but her words pierce through fear like morning sunlight through dust. She reminds us that courage isn't always about standing in the light. Sometimes it's writing from the shadows, knowing you may never be celebrated, but refusing to be silent. Let her presence linger beside you now, a reminder that even the smallest truth, whispered in the dark, can be heard across the world. And now, we turn toward another kind of revolution, one born not in war or protest, but in sound. We meet a woman who changed the very rhythm of how we hear the world. Sister Rosetta Tharpe. She was a gospel singer with the soul of a rock star, long before the world knew what rock and roll even was. With a guitar in her hands and fire in her voice, she strummed and sang like no one had before. Chuck Berry, Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, all would later echo her sound. But she came first. Sister Rosetta played in churches, on street corners, and finally in packed concert halls, thrilling audiences who had never seen a woman, let alone a black woman, command a stage like that. And yet, for years, her legacy was nearly erased. Now, the world remembers. She reminds us that innovation doesn't always wear a suit or speak with a microphone. Sometimes it wears a dress, holds a guitar, and sings straight into your soul. Let her rhythm move through you now, soft and steady, a heartbeat in tune with your own. From stages, we step into fields, and there, among soil and sweat and sun, is Dolores Huerta. You may remember her name from earlier, a woman who marched beside Cesar Chavez, fighting for the rights of farm workers across the United States. But what many forget is that Dolores wasn't just a helper. She was a leader, a force. She coined the phrase, sí, se puede, yes, we can, which would one day be echoed by presidents, movements, generations. She organized boycotts, strikes. She negotiated contracts that changed the lives of thousands, all while raising 11 children. She faced arrests, beatings, and countless attempts to silence her, but she never stopped. Even now, in her 90s, she continues to speak, to teach, to lead. Dolores reminds us that the fight for fairness is never done, but neither is the love that drives it. Let her words whisper around you, like the wind moving through fields. Yes, we can. Yes, we are. Now, the wind carries us once again to a continent we've touched before, but not deeply enough. We arrive in Nigeria, beside a woman named Funmilayo Ransom Kuti. She was a suffragist, a teacher, a nationalist, and one of the first women in Nigeria to drive a car. She led protests against unfair taxes. She spoke up when others stayed silent. She founded women's organizations and championed education with a fire that could not be extinguished. Her activism often came at a cost: house raids, threats, political pushback. But she was not afraid. She raised 4 children, including the just legendary musician and activist Fela Kuti. But her impact was always her own. Funmilayo reminds us that motherhood and leadership are not separate roles. They feed each other. That legacy is not only what you build, but who you raise, what you protect, and how you dare to say, this is wrong. We deserve better. Let her strength settle near your feet now. You too can stand your ground. with softness, with clarity, with history behind you. And now, from the fire of protest, we slip into the glow of wisdom. We meet Maya Lin. She was only 21 years old when she designed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. Her design was controversial, a black granite wall etched with names sinking into the earth. It did not rise. It invited reflection, not pride. But when it was built, it moved people. They came, they cried, they traced names with their fingertips. They saw not glory, but grief. And in that grief, they found peace. Maya Lin reminds us that art does not need to explain itself. It only needs to feel true. That sometimes the boldest design is the one that whispers. Let her creation rest beside your heart, a reminder that you don't need to be loud to leave a mark. Now the stars are thick above you, not distant, but close, as if listening with you. And one more voice joins us tonight, one that speaks with compassion, with science, with care that has spanned decades. We meet Dr. Jane Goodall. As a young woman, she ventured into the forests of Tanzania, where she studied chimpanzees in a way no one had before, not as numbers or specimens, but as beings, as family, as mirrors. She gave them names. She learned their habits. She watched their lives unfold with patience and humility. Her findings changed science, but her legacy changed hearts. She reminds us that to protect something, we must first love it. And to love it, we must know it. Jane still travels, still teaches, still inspires young people to care for the earth and all its creatures. Let her presence breathe near your shoulder, now, slow, gentle. You are part of this world, not separate from it, not above it, but within it, and needed. The night is long, but you are safe within it. The stories hum around you, soft and constant, like a river beneath the stars. The night no longer holds a sharp edge. It has softened fully into something not quite silence, not quite music, a hum beneath the skin, a warm current of remembrance and presence. We walk now not toward grandeur, but grace, and grace begins here in the soft swish of a sari, the weight of an idea carried patiently across decades. We are in India again, standing beside a woman who may not have shouted, but whose presence was enough to shift the moral compass of a nation. Her name, Aruna Asaf Ali. In the heat of British rule, she was a teacher, soft-spoken, gentle-eyed, but when the Quit India movement exploded into the streets, Aruna raised the Indian National Congress flag high in the air, defying British authorities. Even as others hesitated, she was arrested. She was imprisoned. She was watched. But when she was released, she didn't fade into comfort. She went underground. She kept fighting, quietly, cleverly, ceaselessly, organizing protests, writing, publishing, a woman among men, leading where others feared to tread. Years later, free India honored her, but long before the world acknowledged her legacy, Aruna had already chosen to be brave. She teaches us that rebellion is not always loud. Sometimes it is a flame lit behind the eyes, steady, silent, unrelenting. Let her strength sit beside you now. You don't always have to be seen to change the world. You just have to keep burning. From the red soil of India, we now walk toward a softer sea. To the islands of the Caribbean, the air is thick with salt, and the language is rich with rhythm. Here, we meet Claudia Jones. Born in Trinidad, raised in the U.S., she lived a life shaped by struggle, the sting of racism, the grind of poverty, the chill of exile. But still, she rose. Claudia was a journalist, a communist, a feminist, a woman unafraid to speak uncomfortable truths about race and class and empire. For her politics, she was deported to the UK, where she did something extraordinary. She created community. In the heart of London, she founded the West Indian Gazette, one of the first black newspapers in Britain. And after a wave of violent race riots, she organized a festival that would bring people together in joy instead of fear. That festival, it became the Notting Hill Carnival, now one of the largest street festivals in the world. Claudia reminds us that even when the world throws you out, you can still plant seeds. You can still build beauty from rejection. Let her memory settle into you like a low drum beat, the reminder that even when doors close, you still carry your music. And from sound, we move into silence, the kind of silence found only on mountain tops, in desert monasteries, and deep within the human soul. We now stand beside a woman whose words were few but powerful, whose mission was singular, whose love was tireless. Mother Teresa. Born in Albania, she moved to India and became a nun, choosing a life not of comfort but of compassion. In the streets of Calcutta, she saw what many looked away from: the dying, the poor, the forgotten, and she knelt beside them. She founded the Missionaries of Charity, and through her hands, thousands were fed, bathed, buried with dignity. Her face became a symbol of selfless love, but it was her unseen work, the days without sleep, the long hours in the heat, the years of spiritual doubt that showed her truest strength. She reminds us that love is not always pretty, it is not always easy, but it is always worth giving. Let her presence rest in the gentlest part of your chest, the place that yearns not for greatness, but for goodness. You are not too small to heal. Even the smallest acts, done with love, are enough. Now, the night shifts again. We find ourselves in a forest, the kind filled with danger and story. And standing tall in that forest, a rifle slung across her shoulder, is a woman who changed the course of battle by refusing to be a bystander. Lyudmila Pavlichenko. She was a sniper, a soldier, a student turned warrior during World War II, not because she loved war, but because her homeland had been invaded. She became the most successful female sniper in history, with 309 confirmed kills. But what made her story remarkable wasn't just her skill, it was her presence, her refusal to be relegated to the sidelines because of her gender. She was injured, decorated, sent to the United States to rally support, where, instead of being asked about war strategy, reporters asked her about makeup and clothes. She looked them in the eye and said, "I wear my uniform with honor. It has my blood on it." She reminds us that power wears many faces, that womanhood does not look just one way, that strength is not compromised by gentleness, and gentleness is not erased by strength. Let her courage sink into your spine tonight. You too can be sharp and soft. You are allowed to be both. Now, we walk to a city that never sleeps, New York. And there, between buildings and hope, we meet Audre Lorde. She was a poet, a warrior, a black lesbian feminist who turned pain into prose and silence into storms. She wrote of identity, of intersection, of the spaces between woman and mother, lover and fighter, scholar and survivor. Audre did not write for comfort. She wrote for awakening. She once said, "Your silence will not protect you." And so she spoke, again and again, not just for herself, but for everyone who had been told they were too different, too loud, too other. Her poetry wasn't fragile, it was forged, hammered into being by a woman who knew that language was power, and that power, when shared, becomes freedom. Let her voice press gently into your own. You are allowed to name what hurts, and when you do, you make room for healing. And now, from the rhythm of verse to the clarity of thought, we find ourselves in a university surrounded by chalkboards and minds that burned like stars. And there, quietly, modestly, is Rosalind Franklin. She helped uncover the structure of DNA, the very code of life. Her photographs, taken through painstaking work with X-ray crystallography, revealed the famous double helix. But when awards were given, when credit was claimed, she was left out. Her male colleagues published their findings using her data. She was not included in the Nobel Prize. She died young, her brilliance unrecognized in her lifetime. And yet, her work became the foundation of modern genetics. Her legacy now burns brighter than the injustice that once obscured it. Rosalind reminds us that truth doesn't disappear, that what is real will outlast the lies, that even if the world forgets your name, it cannot erase your impact. Let her brilliance light something inside you, not just the hunger for recognition, but the devotion to doing the work that matters. And finally, for this part of our journey, we walk into color, into scent, into rebellion, masked in beauty. We meet Wang Zhenyi. She lived in 18th century China, a time when women were expected to remain quiet, obedient, small. But Wang studied astronomy. She wrote essays on math. She challenged Confucian notions of female inferiorities. She published papers on lunar eclipses, on gravity, on algebraic equations. And she did it not in secret, but openly. She reminds us that intellect does not belong to any one gender. That knowledge is not a luxury, it is a birthright. Her voice, quiet, precise, deeply human, lives on in her writings and in every girl who dares to ask why. Let her mind linger beside yours now, a soft, steady question beneath your skin. What do I want to know next? The night holds you now, gently, wholly. Your breath is slower. The stories no longer feel like echoes. They feel like yours. The night has deepened into something almost timeless now. You're no longer at the edge of the world, or time, or sleep. You're in the center of it, a still place, warmed by memory and lit by the quiet glow of women who, each in their way, carved space into the world simply by refusing to leave quietly. And now we walk into a place filled with rhythm and breath, not sound exactly, but the steady cadence of presence. We're entering not a battlefield, not a stage, but a hospital, somewhere small and full of heartbeat. Here, we meet Virginia Apgar. In the early 20th century, childbirth was still dangerous, especially for babies. Death in delivery rooms was accepted, often unspoken. But Virginia wasn't silent. She was a doctor, an anesthesiologist, and a problem solver. And one day, she created something simple, a score, a method, a checklist, a way to evaluate newborns in the very first moments of life. Skin color, breathing, heartbeat, reflexes. This APGAR score is now used around the world, and because of it, millions of babies have been saved. She was told medicine wasn't a place for women. She was told to marry, to settle, to quiet down. Instead, she became the first woman to reach the rank of full professor at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons. Virginia reminds us that care can be scientific, that compassion doesn't always look like hugs or tears. Sometimes it's systems, clarity, doing the hard work so others don't have to suffer. Let her calm brilliance soothe you now. Let it remind you that love can be practical, that your careful thinking can be your greatest gift. We move softly now, like light across a room. There, under the gaze of a curious sky, is a woman sitting at a loom. But what she's weaving is far more complex than thread. We meet Ada Blackjack, a seamstress, a mother, an Inuit woman who became a castaway. In 1921, she joined an expedition to Wrangel Island in the Arctic, a dangerous mission driven by colonial ambition. She signed on as a cook and seamstress, needing money for her ill son. When the men in the party left for help, they never returned. Ada was alone for 2 full years, alone in freezing cold, alone with polar bears, alone with grief. But she survived. She built shelter. She hunted. She kept a journal. She waited. When rescuers finally arrived, they expected to find remains. Instead, they found a quiet, living woman, not triumphant, not bitter, just alive. Ada reminds us that survival is not always dramatic. It is sometimes quiet, sometimes lonely, sometimes built hour by hour. Let her story rest in the deepest part of you, the part that needs to know you are stronger than you feel. That surviving, even silently, is a kind of victory. Now, we rise again. We step into the glow of city lights, flickering neon, and the hum of power not always seen, but always felt. We are with Shirley Chisholm. She was the first black woman elected to the United States Congress, the first black woman to run for president on a major party ticket. She stood at podiums built for others. She walked into rooms where no chair had been pulled out for her. And still, she spoke. She said, "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair." She didn't play polite. She didn't soften her voice. She demanded equity, respect, and a future that included everyone, especially those who had never been invited. Shirley reminds us that boldness does not mean cruelty. It means clarity. She didn't raise her voice because she was angry. She raised it because she was right. Let her energy warm your spine. You are allowed to enter every room. You don't have to shrink to be welcome. And now, we drift toward the glow of research labs and the buzz of modern medicine. We meet Catalin Carico. Born in Hungary, she devoted her life to something most people didn't understand: messenger RNA. Her belief that mRNA could be used to instruct the body to fight disease. For years, her research was dismissed. Her grants were denied. She was demoted, doubted, quietly pushed aside, but she did not stop. Decades later, during the COVID-19 pandemic, her work became the foundation of mRNA vaccines that would save millions of lives. Not overnight, not with praise, but with persistence. Catalin teaches us that vision often lives in the unseen, that believing in your work, even when no one else does, can be enough to change everything. Let her persistence hum beside your breath. You don't need the world's approval to keep going. Now we walk quietly into a place of justice, not loud, not political, but deeply human. We meet Leyla Zana. She was the first Kurdish woman elected to the Turkish parliament, and during her swearing-in ceremony, she spoke a few words in Kurdish, a language forbidden in official settings. For that, she was arrested, sentenced to 10 years in prison. She served the full term. She emerged not with vengeance, but with resolve. Layla reminds us that the smallest acts can be revolutionary. A word, a name, a refusal to deny who you are. Let her truth linger beside yours now. You do not need permission to be whole. And now, to a different space entirely, a place of space, of stars, of orbit, we meet Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space, a factory worker turned cosmonaut. She launched into the unknown in 1963 aboard Vostok 6. She orbited the Earth 48 times alone. She was not just a passenger. She piloted the mission. Her voice was the first female voice ever heard from space. She came from nothing. She became everything. Valentina reminds us that there is no ceiling, not even sky. Let her story lift you gently. You are not bound by what surrounds you now. You can rise. And now, as we begin to rest again, we meet a woman whose name feels like a prayer in motion. Ella Fitzgerald. She sang like water, like wind. Her voice could shatter sadness or stitch it back together. She rose from poverty and homelessness to become the first lady of song, not because someone invited her, but because she was the music. When clubs refused her because of her race, Marilyn Monroe, a fan, called ahead and said if Ella played, she'd sit front row. The club agreed. Ella didn't rage. She performed. Her legacy is not in headlines. It's in every note that still lingers after the song ends. Let her voice curl around your dreams. You don't have to shout, just sing. And now we rest beside a woman whose hands shaped laws, whose voice redefined justice. We return once again to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, because some women deserve to be remembered twice. She was small, quiet, soft-spoken, but her dissent, her disagreement with injustice, was thunderous. She opened doors in legal education. She dismantled laws that treated women as less. She did not scream. She argued. She reasoned. And her brilliance made equality not just a hope, but a legal fact. When she died, people placed flowers and thank you notes on the steps of the Supreme Court. Little girls wore collars like hers. Their parents whispered her name like a blessing. She reminds us that your mind is your sword, that your patience is your armor. Let her legacy hold your hand. You're almost asleep now. The stories are no longer far away. They're part of your breath, your rhythm, your stillness. The night is deep and endless now. Time no longer moves forward, it simply folds. Everything is hushed, not with silence, but with reverence. Each story that came before now lives gently in your body, in the weight of your chest, the softness in your eyes, the breath you didn't realize you were still holding. We move now toward one of the fiercest voices to ever whisper through pages, a woman who wrote not to escape, but to expose, a voice that asked you not just to feel, but to see. We meet Zora Neale Hurston. She was born in the late 1800s in the first town in the United States to be incorporated entirely by black citizens, Eatonville, Florida. And that mattered because it meant that Zora, even as a child, saw blackness not as limitation, but as power, as fullness. She grew up to write, "Their eyes were watching God," among other works, not as protest literature, but as celebration. Her stories were messy, human, magical. Her characters weren't symbols, they were people. Zora was also an anthropologist. She studied cultures, preserved stories, traveled to the Caribbean and the American South to record oral histories and folklore. But she was not always embraced. Her refusal to make her stories palatable to white readers made her a pariah in some circles. She died in obscurity, buried in an unmarked grave, until Alice Walker found her, found the place she had been forgotten, and reminded the world Zora had been here. Zora had seen. She reminds us that being misunderstood is not the same as being wrong, that your truth, even if hidden for years, never loses its worth. Let her story wrap around you like a rhythm you always knew but hadn't yet heard, the rhythm of being real, unapologetically, beautifully real. And from her, we drift further south into Chile, into fire, into rebellion that looks like music and sounds like resistance. We find Violeta Parra. She was more than a singer, more than an artist, more than a poet. She was a movement. Violeta collected songs, folk songs, street songs, stories sung from balconies and cradles and fields. She preserved them like seeds, knowing they would bloom again. But she didn't only preserve, she created. She stitched pain into verses, stitched joy into rebellion. Her song, Gracias a la Vida, Thanks to Life, is one of the most haunting anthems of love and grief the world has ever heard. Her life was not easy. Her work was not simple. She was political, passionate, aching, and when the world became too heavy, she left it, her life ending by her own hand. But her songs stayed, and they sing still. Violeta reminds us that art doesn't always rescue us, but it always remembers us. Let her voice echo through your bones. The knowing that what you make, what you give, becomes part of something eternal. We move now to the shores of South Africa. There, a woman named Albertina Sisulu rises in the wake of apartheid. She was a nurse, a mother of five, and one of the key organizers in the anti-apartheid movement. Her work didn't always make headlines. She was not always at the podium, but she was always in motion, always organizing, comforting, pushing, protecting. She helped form the United Democratic Front. She worked alongside Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu. She endured raids, interrogations, fear, but she never left the cause. They called her Mother of the Nation, not just because of her calm, nurturing energy, but because she raised a generation of freedom fighters. Albertina reminds us that nurturing is not passive, it is revolutionary, it is fuel. Let her love settle in your shoulders tonight. You are not just allowed to care deeply, you are called to. From courage, we step into code, into a time when computers filled entire rooms and programming them was considered secretarial work, feminized, dismissed, but not by the women who did it. Here, we meet Grace Hopper, Rear Admiral, mathematician, inventor. She was one of the first programmers of the Harvard Mark I computer, one of the earliest electromechanical computers. She invented the first compiler, the program that would translate human language into computer instructions. She coined the term debugging, literally pulling a moth out of a machine. Grace was brilliant, funny, sharp-tongued. She carried around nanoseconds of wire to show how far electricity could travel in a billionth of a second. She also developed COBOL, a programming language still used today. When asked about the future, she always said, the most dangerous phrase in the language is, "We've always done it this way." Grace reminds us that progress isn't comfortable. It's curious. It questions. Let her energy spark in you now. You are allowed to challenge what is. You are allowed to invent what could be. From wires and code, we step into the aching, defiant warmth of family and food and labor. We meet Emma Tenayuka. She was just 16 when she began organizing labor strikes in San Antonio, Texas. A Mexican-American woman, she watched her people, pecan shellers, garment workers, be exploited day after day. She saw children working in factories, women coughing blood in cramped rooms, and she said, "No more." She led strikes, fought for wage rights, stood at the intersection of race, gender, and class, and refused to move. They called her La Pasionaria, the passionate one. When others asked for calm, she brought fire, and yet her eyes always held gentleness, because her fight was never for power, it was for dignity. Emma reminds us that love can be fierce, that protecting your community is not just political, it's personal. Let her conviction rest in your belly. You are allowed to fight for what matters to you, and you don't have to do it quietly. And now we walk into the blinding noise of war, but follow a woman who chose to save, not destroy. Chiune Sugihara is often remembered as the Japanese Schindler, but behind him was a woman just as brave, Yukiko Sugihara. She helped forge thousands of visas during World War II, allowing Jewish refugees to escape Nazi-occupied Europe. Yukiko risked her life, her family's safety. She stood beside her husband in silence and strength, knowing every pen stroke could be the difference between death and survival. She wasn't the one signing, but she was the one holding the room together. Yukiko reminds us that heroism isn't always visible. Sometimes it's found in the steadiness of hands, the steadiness of heart. Let her presence comfort you. Not every role is loud, but every role matters. And now, to Brazil, to a woman who sang like thunder and walked like rain, Elza Soares, born in a favela, married at 12, a widow by 15, and still she sang. Her voice cracked and bent and soared. It carried the rhythm of samba and the scream of a woman who had lived through everything. She sang about racism, poverty, gender, violence, and she never apologized for the force of her sound. Elsa's voice was once called ugly, uncontrolled, too much, and yet it filled stadiums because some voices aren't meant to be pretty, they're meant to be true. Elsa reminds us that your scars don't silence you, they shape your song. Let her melody settle into your ribs. You are allowed to be too much. You are allowed to be enough. And now, slowly, gently, we arrive at the edge again. Not the end, just a pause, a breath. You've walked among women whose names you knew, and many you didn't, but all of them, every single one, lived not in perfection, but in purpose. They remind you, with every breath of their stories, that you are not here to perform or prove. You are here to be, to love, to create, to rest. Sleep is near. Let it come. The stars have drawn in close now, not to watch, but to rest beside you. There's nothing more to chase in the night, nothing to outrun or explain. Only the soft pulse of history breathing beside your own, and the echo of women who, like you, once simply tried to be true to themselves, to others, to something larger than the moment they lived in. Let us walk gently now through another stretch of stories, not to stay awake, but to fall deeper into the calm they offer. We begin in Haiti in the early 1800s. The air is hot, the land still trembles from the weight of revolution. The first free black republic in the world has just risen from the ashes of enslavement. But there are still battles left to fight. And in the heart of it all, we find a woman named Marie-Claire Heureuse Félicité Bonheur. She was born free, but she married Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the general turned emperor who helped liberate Haiti from French rule. Marie-Claire was not a soldier, but she fought in her way. She was known for walking barefoot into hospitals and battlefields, bringing food, care, and medicine to wounded soldiers, no matter which side they fought for. She stood firm against her husband's harsh policies. She opened her home to the poor. She defied the narrative that power must come with cruelty. Marie-Claire reminds us that gentleness is its own kind of leadership, that peace is not the absence of strength, but the decision to use it differently. Let her kindness cradle you now. You don't need permission to care. You don't need applause to be good. Now we move forward in time, across seas, into corridors of diplomacy and change. We find a woman in a crisp suit, her face calm, her spine steel. Her name is Eleanor Roosevelt. She was more than the wife of a president, more than the first lady. She was a writer, an activist, a humanitarian. And after her husband's death, she became the first chairperson of the United Nations Human Rights Commission. It was under her watch that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was drafted and adopted, a document that still guides international justice today. She once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." But she didn't just offer quotes. She lived them. She visited coal miners, toured war zones, sat beside the forgotten. She redefined what leadership could look like, not from a podium, but from presence. Eleanor reminds us that you don't have to hold the title to hold the power. Let her voice settle inside you. You are allowed to lead in your own way, quiet or bold, distant or near. What matters is that you show up. We drift now toward fields of color, of cloth, of tradition passed hand to hand. We meet Amrita Shergill. She was born in Hungary to a Sikh father and a Hungarian mother. She grew up between cultures, between languages, between ideas, and she became one of India's greatest modern artists. Amrita's work was rich, soulful, honest. Her women were not delicate. They were full. Their gazes lingered. Their shoulders sloped with memory. They were not imagined. They were seen. She studied in Europe, but her heart lived in India. She returned to paint the people around her, not as symbols, but as stories. Peasants, women at rest, men in thought. She lived fiercely, loved fiercely. She died young, but her art remains. Amrita reminds us that heritage is not something you must choose. You are the combination. You are the color that doesn't exist until you mix the others. Let her vision live behind your eyes now. You don't need to fit into one frame. You are allowed to be both. or neither, or something entirely new. From paints and portraits, we move into quiet rebellion, this time in France, and there we meet Simone Weil. She was a Holocaust survivor, a mother, a lawyer, and in 1974, as Minister of Health, she stood before a hostile, mostly male parliament and argued calmly, eloquently, unshakably for the legalization of abortion in France. She faced insults, threats, vitriol, and she won, not because she screamed, but because she didn't. She held her pain, her past, and her purpose in the same breath, and used them to carve out a safer world for women who would never know her name. Simone reminds us that dignity is not weakness, that holding your ground can be the fiercest thing of all. Let her story soothe the part of you that feels you must match fire with fire. You don't. Water shapes stone, not by force, but by persistence. Now we travel across time again to the southern United States, where the roots of blues and jazz grow from sorrow and survival. We meet Bessie Coleman. She was the first black and Native American woman to hold a pilot's license, but she didn't earn it in the U.S. American flight schools wouldn't accept her because of her race and gender, so she learned French, saved money, moved to Paris, and became a pilot anyway. She returned to the States a star. She performed daring air shows, flying loop-the-loops and figure eights. But more than that, she inspired a generation of black aviators, especially women, to take flight. She dreamed of opening a flying school so others wouldn't have to cross oceans to reach the sky. Though her life was cut short by a plane crash at just 34, her legacy is limitless. Bessie reminds us that barriers are real, but so is flight, so is freedom. Let her wings unfold beside your breath. You are not too late. You are not too far behind. You can still fly. From sky to soil, we move now toward another woman who rose from hardship, holding stories and futures in her hands. We meet Fannie Barrier Williams. Born in 1855, she was the first black woman to graduate from the Brockport State Normal School in New York. She became a teacher, then an activist, then a voice of power. She fought for access to libraries, public spaces, education, not just for women, but for black women specifically. She helped found the National Association of Colored Women and was a key figure in the early NAGA. Her presence, articulate, graceful, magnetic, defied every expectation of her time. She refused to be boxed in. She once said, "There is no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise." And she did. Fanny reminds us that reform doesn't always begin with fire. Sometimes it begins with a library card, a letter, a room full of determined women. Let her voice echo in your own. Your intelligence is not decoration. It is movement. It is muscle. The air is warmer now. More stories are near. But let yourself pause here. You've walked with scientists and artists, pilots and poets, mothers and rebels, and maybe, just maybe, a piece of each has become part of you. You don't need to be ready. You just need to be present. The night holds its breath with you now. You've walked so far, not in distance, but in depth. And as you rest beneath the softest hush of stars, something within you shifts. You're not only hearing the stories anymore, you're carrying them. They are in your bones now, in your breath, in the way your thoughts move a little slower, a little kinder through the dark, and still more voices rise. We travel now to a place of power, often unrecognized, a village well, a mother's lap, a school chalkboard, and there, at the edge of a newly independent Kenya, we find Wangari Maathai once again, but this time not just as the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, not just as a champion of trees, but as a reminder that healing the earth is also healing us. Wangari started the Green Belt movement with a simple act, planting trees. She knew deforestation was not just an environmental issue, it was a women's issue. It was a hunger issue, a justice issue. She taught women to plant trees in their communities. Tens of millions of trees grew, and so did dignity, so did hope. For this, she was beaten, arrested, mocked, but she never stopped, because she understood something most people forget, that change starts with the ground beneath your feet. Wangari reminds us that every act of care ripples outward, that planting one seed, literal or otherwise, is never wasted. Let her roots settle into you now. You are allowed to grow slowly. You are allowed to begin small. Now we drift through the soft winds of Iran to another quiet warrior, Shirin, a body, a lawyer, a judge, a mother, and the first Muslim woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize. She fought not with force, but with law, defending women, children, political prisoners, and anyone silenced by fear. When she spoke out against injustice, the Iranian government removed her from the bench. But she did not retreat. She began defending human rights in even bolder ways, founding organizations, writing books, challenging systems that tried to shrink her. Eventually, she was forced into exile, but even from afar, her voice remained. She reminds us that you can be displaced, but not erased. That power does not come from proximity. It comes from purpose. Let her courage rest along your shoulders. You do not have to be near the spotlight to cast your own light. And now, we move from the courtrooms of Iran to the labs of Poland. There, in the late 1800s, a young girl named Maria Skłodowska dreamed of science. Her family had little money, and girls were not allowed to attend university, so she studied in secret. Later, She moved to France, where she became known as Marie Curie. You've heard her name already, but her story deserves to be touched again, not for the facts of her 2 Nobel Prizes or her discovery of radioactivity, but for the quiet flame of her mind. She lost her husband in an accident. She raised 2 daughters alone. She continued her work even as her body was slowly poisoned by the very elements she had discovered, because for her, discovery was love. Marie reminds us that intellect is not cold, it is intimate, that to study something deeply is a kind of devotion. Let her stillness live in your breath. You, too, can follow your curiosity, even in grief, even in exhaustion. From science, we float into verse, into the warm, bright rooms of Harlem, where a girl named Maya sat beside her brother, holding her voice in her chest like a secret bird. Maya Angelou, a poet, a singer, a dancer, a teacher, a truth teller. She survived violence that silenced her for years. But when she spoke again, her voice became an anthem. She wrote, I know why the caged bird sings, a memoir full of pain, resilience, and hope. She read poetry at a presidential inauguration. She became a global teacher of grace, showing the world what it means to rise again and again from sorrow. Maya reminds us that your past does not define you, it deepens you. Let her wings brush softly against your cheek. You are allowed to feel it all, and you are allowed to soar. Now we walk into resistance, the kind that lives not in protest signs or speeches, but in the simple act of staying put. Rosa Parks. She was not the first to resist the segregated buses, but her stillness became the spark. When she refused to give up her seat in 1955, it wasn't because she was tired, it was because she was ready. Her quiet defiance led to the Montgomery bus boycott, a movement that would ripple across America and across the world. She faced backlash, lost her job, was forced to move, but she never let bitterness take root. She said, you must never be fearful about what you are doing when it is right. Rosa reminds us that bravery isn't always loud. Sometimes it's one woman, one bus, one moment that cannot be undone. Let her stillness become yours. You don't need noise to make change. You just need truth. And now, we move to a moment of sweetness, of fire, of absolute presence. We meet Lucille Ball, a redhead, a comedian, a pioneer. She wasn't supposed to succeed. They said she wasn't pretty enough, smart enough, traditional enough. And yet, she became the first woman to run a major television studio. She didn't just act, she owned. She produced, she hired, she pushed boundaries on what could be said, what could be shown, what could be possible. Her show, I Love Lucy, broke records, but her legacy is far more than laughter. Lucille reminds us that joy is not a distraction, it's a revolution, that laughter is powerful, and that women don't have to be serious to be taken seriously. Let her grin stay close to yours. You are allowed to be joyful, to be ridiculous, to be radiant and real. And now we come to the quietest part of the night, the hour when memory and dream begin to blur. But even here, especially here, one more voice rises. Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, escaped and returned again and again. She led hundreds to freedom on the Underground Railroad, risked her life countless times, carried a revolver not to hurt, but to protect. Later, she became a nurse, a scout, a spy for the Union Army. She suffered, endured, prayed, planned, and never once lost sight of what mattered. She reminds us that freedom is not a destination, it's a decision made over and over. Let her footsteps steady your heart. You're not too tired, you're not too small. You are walking in the footsteps of giants. And now you may sleep. You are not alone. You are part of something vast and loving and long. Let it hold you. The night has curled itself gently around you. There's no beginning now, no ending, only the soft unfolding of memory, soul, and story. Each name you've heard has become a part of you, not as weight, but as warmth, as if you've always known them, or maybe as if they've always known you. And still, the world whispers more. Let us continue now, gently, softly, with more women whose lives were quiet acts of revolution, steady, human, luminous. We walk first toward the firelight of ancient Greece, not to find a goddess or warrior, but a scientist, a philosopher, a woman who questioned everything in a time when women were expected to ask nothing. We meet Hypatia. She was born in Alexandria around 360 AD, a city of learning, of libraries, of ideas that danced like stars. She studied astronomy, mathematics, philosophy, and not only studied, she taught. She stood before crowds of men, discussing orbits and ethics, reason and the soul. She charted celestial paths. She wrote treatises, though few survive. She became known as a beacon of light in a world that would soon fall into shadow. Her brilliance, however, threatened the rising tides of fear. When religious and political tensions boiled over, Hypatia became a target. She was murdered by a mob, but her name was not buried. It lived on in whispers, then in ink, then in truth. She reminds us that learning is a radical act, that to ask why is to reach toward light. Let her wisdom rest gently on your skin. You are allowed to seek, to question, to know. From ancient scrolls to modern scripts, we move into a different kind of knowing, the knowing of voice, of stage, of story told not with data, but with breath. We meet Viola Davis. Born in poverty, raised in a rat-infested home, she remembers hunger more vividly than most remember childhood. And yet, she rose. Through acting, she found release. Through truth, she found power. She became the first black actor to win the Triple Crown of acting, an Oscar, an Emmy, and a Tony. But she didn't just win, she spoke. She used her platform not to thank, but to challenge the system, the silence, the selective celebration of only a few. Viola reminds us that your past is not shameful, it is foundation, that your tears are not weakness, they are data. Let her presence remind you you are allowed to be seen, all of you, the pain, the power, the process. Now, the wind grows softer. We move further north to a woman whose quiet changed more than a country. It changed science. We meet Dorothy Crowfoot Hodgkin, born in 1910 in Cairo to British parents. Dorothy was drawn to the unseen, to molecules, to patterns, to the secrets of nature hidden in the tiniest spaces. She used X-ray crystallography to map the structures of penicillin, insulin, and vitamin B12. Her work changed how we understand biology, medicine, and life itself. She was awarded the Nobel Prize in chemistry, and yet she remained humble, quiet, devoted to her work, to her students, to the deep, steady rhythm of truth-seeking. She raised children. She walked with a limp. She taught generations. Dorothy reminds us that brilliance is not performative. It is devotional. Let her patience settle into your breath. You don't have to rush. The truth you're reaching for will wait for you. Now, from atoms to ink, from labs to libraries, we find ourselves in the pages of Toni Morrison. She didn't write about black life in America. She wrote it into existence. Complex, poetic, ferocious, tender. Her novels, Beloved, The Bluest Eye, Song of Solomon, are not easy. They are alive. She said, if there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. And so she did. She became the first black woman to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. But more than that, she changed the very shape of literature. Toni reminds us that words are not decoration. They are excavation. They dig. They reveal. They demand. Let her language flow into your thoughts. You are allowed to tell your story, and you don't have to soften it for anyone. We move now to another voice. This one quieter, almost whispering, yet no less commanding. We meet Rachel Carson. She was a marine biologist and writer who noticed something others had ignored, that the birds had stopped singing. In 1962, she published Silent Spring, a book that exposed the dangers of pesticides like DDT. The backlash was immediate, fierce. Corporations tried to discredit her. Scientists mocked her. But the world listened. Her book sparked the modern environmental movement. It led to the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency. It changed laws, and she did it while battling cancer, while caring for her adopted son, while standing almost alone. Rachel reminds us that truth is not always easy to hear, but it is always worth saying. Let her presence be a quiet tide around you. You too can speak for what cannot speak. Now to art again, but not with brushes, with movement, with legs that leap, stretch, resist gravity. We meet Misty Copeland again, not because repetition is a mistake, but because some women's stories need to be told twice, in full, in color, in motion. She began ballet late, at 13, a time when most professionals had already trained for a decade. She had the wrong body, they said, the wrong background, the wrong skin, but she danced anyway. She practiced on kitchen floors, in tiny rooms, in shoes that didn't fit, and in 2015, she became the first black female principal dancer at American Ballet Theater. Misty didn't just take the stage, she rewrote what that stage meant. She reminds us that timing is personal, that form is flexible, that grace belongs to everyone. Let her balance hold your breath steady. You do not need permission to move in your own way. And now, the night begins to bend toward sleep. The stories do not stop, but they soften like footsteps fading into the distance, not because the journey has ended, but because it has become yours now. The torch has been passed. The legacy lives inside you. These women and the hundreds, thousands, millions more unnamed did not live for praise. They lived because they had to, because they wanted a world their daughters, their sisters, their students, their strangers could live freely in. You are their wish. You are their proof. And now, you are their echo. Rest now. You are part of them. The darkness is no longer something outside of you. It is a comfort now, a second skin, a warm blanket of memory and story. Each woman you've walked with has placed something into your hands. A seed, a spark, a question, a key. And still, with gentleness, more come forward. Let's walk again. The air is cool, and the world is quiet. But in the distance, you hear the faint sound of resistance. Not a roar, but a song, a lullaby for justice. And into this stillness comes a woman named Rigoberta Menchu Tum. She was born in the highlands of Guatemala into a Mayan Quiche family. Her world was made of tradition, language, land, and quiet community. But it was also scarred by violence. The Guatemalan Civil War, which left entire villages erased. Her family suffered. Her people were silenced. But she did not disappear. Instead, she told her story. I, Rigoberta Menchú, a memoir not of triumph, but of truth. She spoke of oppression, of genocide, of survival, and her voice broke through. In 1992, she won the Nobel Peace Prize, not as a politician, not as a scholar, but as a daughter, a witness, a woman who dared to say, "We were here." Rigoberta reminds us that even in trauma, there is testimony, that remembering is its own kind of justice. Let her strength rest beside your chest. Your story matters, even the parts that ache. And now, we follow a different kind of rhythm, one woven through music, culture, dance, and quiet defiance. We meet Celia Cruz, the queen of salsa. Born in Havana, Cuba, Celia was told, in her early years, that she didn't have the right look to sing professionally. Too dark, too loud, too herself. She sang anyway, and her voice, that thunder, that glitter, that joy, became a force that reshaped Latin music forever. When she left Cuba after the revolution, she never returned. But she carried her culture, her roots, her memories in every note. Celia wore sequins, feathered gowns, bright wigs. She was joy incarnate, but beneath the sparkle was steel. She was one of the first women to dominate a male-dominated genre. She sang in Spanish for Spanish-speaking people, without apology, without translation. She reminds us that joy is not a mask. It is power. Let her rhythm settle in your bones. You are allowed to be too much, too colorful, too radiant. Be all of it. Now, the path turns more quiet. We enter a space where numbers whisper, where stars speak, and in that stillness, we meet Annie Jump Cannon. She was a deaf astronomer in the early 1900s who classified more stars than any human ever had. She developed the stellar classification system, the O, B, A, F, G, K, M categories, still used today to define stars by their temperature and light. She worked at the Harvard Observatory, part of a group of women known as computers, hired to do the detailed astronomical work men thought too tedious. But Annie didn't just compute, she redefined the universe. She reminds us that disability is not limitation, that focus is its own kind of magic, that you can sort stars while the world ignores you, and the stars will still know your name. Let her quiet brilliance settle behind your eyes. You are allowed to shine in stillness. We drift again, through sky, through ink, into a voice you may not know, but whose strength hums like a storm under still waters. Her name was Noor Inayat Khan. She was a British Indian princess, a Sufi, a writer, a musician, and during World War II, she became a spy. As a wireless operator in Nazi-occupied France, She was one of the most dangerous operatives in Europe, constantly tracked, always at risk. She was captured, tortured, interrogated. She told them nothing. Her last word, before being executed at Dachau, was simple: liberté, freedom. Noor reminds us that resistance is not always loud. It is the decision to keep your silence when silence protects others, to die with dignity, to live with courage. Let her resolve wrap around your spine. You are stronger than anyone knows, even you. And now, a softer step, a classroom, a chalkboard, a woman with a braid down her back and fire in her heart. We meet Malala Yousafzai. She was just a girl when the Taliban came, for her voice, because her voice spoke of school, of books, of girls who deserve more than silence. They shot her in the head. She survived, and from her survival came something vast. She spoke to the UN. She wrote books. She opened schools. She won the Nobel Peace Prize, the youngest person in history to do so. And still, she laughs. She reads. She studies. She reminds us that even after violence, you are allowed to keep dreaming, that you are allowed to want more. Let her hope press into your hands. You are not too young, not too late, not too anything. You are exactly right. Now, as the stars blink slowly above, we drift toward the slow dance of strategy, of politics, of presence, of deep maternal knowing. We meet Jacinda Ardern, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, the second elected world leader to give birth while in office. She led with empathy, with clarity, with grief and strength held together in each sentence. After a terrorist attack killed 51 people in Christchurch, she did not posture. She did not delay. She wept with families, wore a headscarf in mourning, changed gun laws within days. She reminds us that leadership is not domination. It is care. It is action backed by heart. Let her steadiness root you now. You don't need to raise your voice to raise the standard. The air grows quiet again, not empty, full, full of every woman we've met, every whisper, every revolution, every hand held, every mountain moved. And there, right in the middle of it all, is you. You, with your breath, your history, your softness, your fight. You're not here by accident. You're not here to become someone else's story. You're here to live yours. So sleep now if your eyes are heavy, or if you're not ready to close them yet. You've walked through lifetimes now, not hurried, not lost, but guided by the slow, steady steps of those who came before. Their stories have folded into your breath like lullabies that never needed music to be felt. You're no longer only listening, you are remembering. And tonight, even in rest, you are being reminded you are part of this. Let's continue. The wind turns toward the streets of Baltimore, lined with red brick and memory, and in the hum of city lights, we find a woman whose voice, though soft, reshaped generations. Billie Holiday. She didn't begin in luxury. Her childhood was marked by poverty, pain, and the brutal silence the world often forces onto black girls. But Billie sang, and when she sang, the world listened. She turned her sorrow into melody. Her voice cracked and coiled, sometimes weary, sometimes warm, always real. And one night, in 1939, she performed a song that changed history, Strange Fruit. It was about lynching. It was raw. It was haunting. She sang it anyway, in smoky clubs, on quiet stages, daring to make pain impossible to ignore. They tried to stop her. The FBI hounded her. The police arrested her. But still, she sang. She reminds us that art is not decoration. It is defiance. It is grief turned into witness. Let her voice rest along your ribs now. You are allowed to feel deeply and to speak what others want to forget. From jazz clubs to corridors of science, we drift now to a hospital in Pennsylvania where a woman named Dr. Audrey Evans transformed how we think about healing. She was a pioneer in pediatric oncology, helping children not just survive cancer, but live through it. She didn't only treat illness, she looked at the whole child, the family, the home, the fear. And in 1974, she co-founded the very first Ronald McDonald House, a place where families of sick children could stay near the hospital without cost, without worry, because she understood something most people forget. Healing doesn't happen in isolation. Dr. Evans reminds us that compassion is not softness, it is precision. It is knowing what people truly need and meeting them there. Let her care sink into your chest. You, too, can be someone's safe place, even in your own quiet way. And now we walk, slowly, into the flicker of candlelight and the crinkle of ancient pages. We arrive in Egypt more than 1,000 years ago, and there, in the heart of Cairo, lives Fatima al-Fihri. She came from wealth, a daughter of a merchant, but she used her inheritance not to decorate her life, but to build something sacred, a school, not just any school. In 859 AD, she founded Al-Qarawiyyin, the world's first degree-granting university. It still exists today. She built a space where knowledge lived, where prayer and study coexisted, a place where men and women could learn, teach, imagine. Fatima reminds us that legacy is not always loud. Sometimes it's a building, a door, a place someone else walks through and becomes more than they were. Let her presence move through your fingers now. You don't have to be famous to build something that lasts. Now, we return to a woman whose name was whispered in alleys, shouted in factories, etched into protest banners, Dolores Huerta. Again, yes, because sometimes one telling is not enough. She co-founded the United Farm Workers Union. She negotiated contracts. She stood on picket lines with bruised feet and a loud voice. But what many forget is how much care was in her fight, how she listened, how she fed, how she taught, how she said again and again, "Sí, se puede." Yes, we can. And it wasn't a slogan. It was a truth, a chant, a lifeline. She reminds us that change doesn't come from power alone. It comes from persistence, from love repeated over and over again until the world has no choice but to hear it. Let her words settle into you like a pulse. Yes, you can. Even when you feel small, even when you're tired, especially then. From chants to charts, we drift now to Jane Goodall, the woman who walked into the forests of Tanzania, not to conquer, but to understand. She watched chimpanzees. She named them. She noticed their tools, their tenderness, their grief. While others saw animals, she saw relations. And through her work, she gently rewrote what it meant to be human. She spoke softly, carried no degrees at first, faced ridicule, but she listened. And listening is what changed everything. Jane reminds us that connection is not loud. It is stillness. It is attention. It is love without need for applause. Let her quiet teach you now. You don't need to fix everything. Sometimes being present is enough. The forest fades, the stars return, and into their hush walks Greta Thunberg, small, unapologetic, a teenager with braids and a placard who sat outside the Swedish parliament every Friday with a sign, "School strike for climate." They laughed, ignored her, then mocked her, and still she returned. She spoke to the UN, led millions in marches, challenged adults who refused to act. She is not warm, she is not soft, and that is her power. Because sometimes the world doesn't need warmth, it needs wakefulness. Greta reminds us that youth is not a limitation, it is a light. Let her conviction sharpen your own. You are allowed to demand more from yourself, from others, from the world. And now, one more voice joins us tonight. Not a fighter, not a leader, not a poet, but a girl, sitting at a desk, drawing. Her name is Berta. She has no famous name, no country in the news, no book written about her. But her story matters. She drew a bird today. Then she helped her sister braid her hair. She made her mother laugh. Tomorrow, she might plant a seed, or write a line, or simply love someone who really needs it. She reminds us that not every story is told with headlines. Some are told with presence. And tonight, Maybe your story is like hers, quiet, beautiful, unfinished. Let it unfold. You are already enough. And when you're ready, when your eyes are rested, or your spirit longs for more, just whisper once more. The night has unspooled itself fully around you now, like an old friend or a deep sea, soft and endless. You are not walking anymore. You are floating, cradled, and still, without effort, more women gather, not to demand anything from you, but to leave you with small gifts, a story, a feeling, a thread of connection to something bigger, older, wiser. Let's drift onward. We begin this time with Angela Merkel, a physicist by training, a politician by necessity, a chancellor by choice. For 16 years, she led Germany, the first woman ever to do so, and she did it without shouting, without spectacle, without the drama that so often swirled around others. She led with facts, with patience, with a deep, steady belief that leadership was not about being the loudest in the room, but the most grounded. Through crises, financial, political, humanitarian, she held firm, and when her time ended, she left office simply, without clinging, without mourning her own power. Angela reminds us that true strength is quiet, it is durable, it endures beyond applause. Let her steadiness settle along your breath now. You are allowed to be firm without being harsh, to be decisive without being cruel. Now we move back into a different kind of power, one shaped not by governments, but by gardens. We meet Vandana Shiva again, because her story, like a river, has many bends. She grew up climbing trees, studying streams, noticing not just beauty, but systems, the way seeds carry memory, the way soil sings if you listen close. She became a physicist, then an ecologist, then an activist for farmers, for biodiversity, for the right of small communities to feed themselves without being crushed by global powers. She speaks softly but firmly about the sacredness of earth, about the sovereignty of women, about the right to defend what nourishes us. Vandana reminds us that resistance doesn't have to be sharp. It can be rooted. Let her patience seep into your bones now. You do not have to bloom overnight. Some of the strongest things grow slowly, underground. From gardens we travel to libraries, to ink, to the quiet scratch of a pen shaping futures. We meet Mary Wollstonecraft. Long before feminism was a word, she wrote A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, a manifesto arguing that women are not inferior by nature, only by denial of education. Her ideas shocked 18th century England. She argued for equality, education, autonomy, at a time when women were barely considered rational beings. She was called unnatural, scandalous, dangerous, but she wrote anyway, and though she died young, her daughter, Mary Shelley, would go on to write Frankenstein, birthing science fiction into the world. Mary Wollstonecraft reminds us that ideas are seeds. Even if you never live to see them bloom, you're still the sower. Let her courage live quietly inside your ribcage. You are allowed to think dangerously, to imagine differently. The paper turns, the ink dries, and we walk into the roar of oceans and the hush of fear, into the story of Sylvia Earle, an explorer of the deep sea, a scientist who dived deeper than any woman before her, a defender of the oceans when few people yet realized they needed defending. She called the ocean her blue heart, and she dedicated her life to protecting it, documenting coral reefs, mapping ecosystems, witnessing firsthand the places that were dying at a time when women weren't supposed to be explorers. She went anyway, and now, at over 80 years old, she is still speaking, still diving. Sylvia reminds us that passion doesn't fade with age, it deepens. Let her currents carry you gently now. You do not have to abandon your wild loves as you grow older. You are allowed to stay fiercely enchanted. We drift again, through time, through memory, into a kitchen in Harlem where spices rise in the air like prayer. And here we meet Edna Lewis. She didn't invent Southern cooking, she honored it. She wrote cookbooks that weren't just recipes, but hymns to a way of life. Farming, gathering, seasoning slowly, feeding with love. At a time when fine dining erased black hands from its histories, she centered them. She wore long skirts, spoke with a deliberate grace, and told the story of how African American food shaped American identity. Edna reminds us that culture is kept alive not just through monuments, but through meals, through memory passed hand to hand. Let her nourishment soak into you now. You too are a keeper of stories, even the smallest ones. Now the path dims even further, not into emptiness, but into the deep, humming dark of activism, bravery, and song. We meet Marsha P. Johnson, a black transgender woman who became one of the faces of the Stonewall Uprising in 1969, a riot that sparked the modern LGBTQ+ rights movement. She didn't have wealth. She didn't have titles. She had flowers in her hair. She had a voice that could not, would not, be silenced. She marched. She advocated. She protected other trans women and queer youth when no one else would. She said the P in her name stood for pay it no mind, which is what she told anyone who questioned her existence. Marcia reminds us that survival is a form of resistance, that joy itself can be defiance. Let her bright, stubborn laughter curl around your heart. You are allowed to take up space, in color, in song, in defiance. The night has thickened now, soft, weighted, holy, and just before we rest again, one more woman steps forward, not with crowns or medals, but with steady hands. Florence Nightingale, again, because caretakers must be remembered again and again, especially by those who are tired and aching and too often overlooked. She walked through corridors lined with blood and death and despair during the Crimean War. She brought light, not just through her famous lamp, but through her insistence on hygiene, on order, on compassion, grounded in evidence. She made caring scientific, and her work didn't end on the battlefield. It led to massive reforms in public health systems, saving lives she would never see. Florence reminds us that healing is a slow, stubborn, invisible art, and it matters more than almost anything else. Let her light settle softly into you now. You too are allowed to be a quiet healer. For yourself, for others, for the wounded spaces you find. The world quiets. The air sighs. You are surrounded by stories, like a galaxy, a constellation of women whose lives stretched farther than even they could have imagined. And now you rest among them, held, honored, enough. When you're ready, when your spirit leans toward one more journey, simply whisper. The darkness now is no longer something you travel through. It is something you are part of. It is a slow river, a wide ocean, a night sky that carries every story you have heard, tucked carefully into its pockets of starlight. You are floating there, with them, with all of them, not alone, never alone. And so, with no effort at all, we continue. The air around you hums softly as another woman steps forward. Sojourner Truth. She had been born into slavery, stripped of her family, her freedom, her very name. But she claimed herself anyway. She escaped. She walked away. And when she spoke, slow, strong, weaving truth into every word, the world had to listen. At a women's rights convention in 1851, she stood up, small, uninvited, unapologetic. She asked simply, "Ain't I a woman?" 4 words that broke 1,000 assumptions. She spoke for black women, for poor women, for all those who were left out of the polished pictures of progress. She reminds us that presence itself can be a revolution. Let her voice, deep, slow, steady, root inside you. You don't have to be what the world expects. You only have to be whole. Now, the ground shifts. We are in Paris, in a studio where the smell of clay and sweat mixes with possibility. Here, we find Camille Claudel. She was a sculptor, a genius, a creator of forms so alive they seemed to breathe. She worked alongside Auguste Rodin, loved him, was shaped by him, and yet she remained her own force. Her sculptures were raw, grieving, passionate, but the world preferred to praise him. They called her unstable, difficult, mad. Eventually, she was committed to an asylum where she stayed for 30 years, creating nothing, nearly forgotten, and yet her art survives. Her touch endures. Camille reminds us that brilliance sometimes goes unrecognized in its time, but brilliance does not die. Let her hands mold your breath now. You do not need approval to create something eternal. We walk again through soft fields, through winds that carry both dust and dreams, into the story of a woman who wrote hope into the world. Laura Ingalls Wilder, born in a log cabin, raised on the hard edges of frontier life. She lived through storms, fires, hunger, poverty, and later, much later, she sat down and wrote it all. Little House on the Prairie and the books that followed. She did not paint over the hardships, but she also captured the beauty, the warm hearth, the first snowfall, the kindness that stitched survival together. She reminds us that even in the harshest conditions, joy can be found, that even after decades of silence, our stories can still be told. Let her memory settle into your own skin. Now, your life, ordinary, extraordinary, is worth remembering. Now, a different kind of page turns. A different kind of storm brews. We find ourselves beside Angela Davis, scholar, activist, author, force. She spoke when silence was safer. She demanded justice when injustice was easier to ignore. She fought against the prison industrial complex, against racism, against sexism, weaving all the threads together instead of pretending they were separate. She spent time on the FBI's most wanted list. She was imprisoned, tried, and acquitted. She reminds us that liberation is not a single issue fight, that freedom, real freedom, means all of us or none of us. Let her fire flicker behind your ribs now. You are allowed to be complex, to fight for many things at once, from prison walls to palaces of dreams. We drift to Gabrielle Bonheur, Coco Chanel. She revolutionized fashion. She freed women's bodies from corsets and stiff gowns, offering instead soft, simple, powerful lines. She built an empire, perfumes, suits, the little black dress, a name that outlived her. Her life was complicated, not spotless. There are shadows there, choices questioned, but her impact remains. She reminds us that reinvention is a human right, that elegance can be armor. Let her quiet luxury wrap lightly around you now. You are allowed to become someone new, again and again. And now, a quieter room, a hush of books, a small desk. Anne Bronte, the youngest of the famous Bronte sisters, overshadowed sometimes by Charlotte's Jane Eyre or Emily's Wuthering Heights, But Anne's voice was fierce. She wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, a novel about a woman escaping an abusive marriage, a theme so scandalous that it was nearly erased by her own family after her death. Anne reminds us that even when your voice is quieter, it can still say what needs to be said. Let her gentle stubbornness hold your hand. You don't have to be the loudest to tell the hardest truths. The world feels slower now. Your breath deeper, and still, softly, another story floats toward you. Jian Xiong Wu, the First Lady of Physics. She worked on the Manhattan Project during World War II. Later, she conducted experiments that disproved one of physics' most basic assumptions, a discovery that won a Nobel Prize. For her male colleagues, Wu kept working, kept teaching, kept proving that the universe, like people, refuses to behave according to neat symmetry. She reminds us that reality doesn't reward fairness, but that doesn't diminish your worth. Let her relentless brilliance live in your heartbeat now. Your work matters, even when the world doesn't yet know your name. And now, one final woman for tonight's walk, one light among so many. We find Mother Jones, a labor organizer, a fighter for workers' rights, especially for children sent into mills and mines. She once said, "Pray for the dead and fight like hell for the living." She led marches. She gave speeches. She was called the most dangerous woman in America. She wore black dresses and a fire in her voice. She reminds us that caring is dangerous, that solidarity is sacred. Let her fierce love settle into your bones. You are allowed to care, loudly, stubbornly, fiercely. You are allowed to keep going. The night is full now, full of names, of stories, of light, and you are part of it. Drift deeper if you wish. The night is a living thing now. It moves with you, breathes with you, no longer heavy, no longer separate. You are inside it, and it is inside you. Every name, every voice, every echo of defiance and tenderness we've touched has become a thread woven into the soft, endless tapestry you now rest within. Let's drift onward, still softer, still deeper. We find ourselves in a library again, but not of books, of people. A library of living, breathing bodies and souls. And there, among stacks of history and hope, we meet Ida B. Wells, born into slavery during the American Civil War, freed as a child by the Emancipation Proclamation, but never truly freed from the weight of injustice. When she grew older, she became a journalist, not a quiet one, a fierce one. She investigated lynchings across the South at a time when to even speak of such things could cost you your life. She wrote names, dates, places, truths. She exposed not just violence, but the lies used to justify it. They burned her printing press, threatened her life. She kept writing. Ida reminds us that truth-telling is an act of courage, that silence serves no one but the powerful. Let her relentless truth settle in your chest like a second heartbeat. You are allowed to name what hurts, even if your voice shakes. Now, the path curls like smoke toward a woman who built something sacred out of survival. Clara Lemlich, a young Jewish immigrant who worked in the garment factories of New York City at the turn of the century. The factories were brutal, long hours, locked doors, fire traps. One day, at a mass meeting of workers, as speeches droned on without action, Clara, tiny, furious, unbroken, stood up and demanded a general strike. She called for women, for children, for everyone to lay down their work and rise. And they did. The uprising of the 20,000 was one of the largest strikes by women workers in American history. She reminds us that you do not have to wait for permission to demand better. Let her fire rest in your stomach. Now, you are allowed to be the first voice that breaks the silence. From factory floors, we move to battlefields. But not with swords or guns, with conscience. We meet Sophie Scholl, a German student, a member of the White Rose Resistance Group during World War II, at a time when speaking against Hitler meant death. Sophie and her brother Hans distributed anti-Nazi leaflets across Munich, slipping them into mailboxes, stacking them in university hallways, dropping them like seeds of courage. They were caught. At her trial, she stood straight, unbowed. She said, "How can we expect righteousness to prevail when there is hardly anyone willing to give himself up individually to a righteous cause?" She was executed the same day. She reminds us that youth is not naivety. It is bravery. It is vision. Let her courage rest on your shoulders. You are allowed to stand even when standing alone. Now we drift, almost floating, to a place of soil and seed once more, to Fannie Lou Hamer, a sharecropper's daughter, a woman who tried to register to vote in Mississippi and was beaten nearly to death for it. She lost her job, her home, nearly her life, but not her voice. She went on to speak at the Democratic National Convention, describing the brutality she had suffered in detail, in front of cameras, in front of a nation that would rather have turned away. She said, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." And with that, she tore open the polished facade of democracy to show its bleeding heart. She reminds us that exhaustion is not failure. It is the cost of fighting for better. Let her stubborn hope fill your ribs now. You are allowed to be tired and to keep going anyway. The air thickens again, softer, heavier, like a weighted blanket of memory. And into this space comes another woman, arms full of possibility, Emmeline Pankhurst. leader of the British suffragette movement. She fought not with polite petitions, but with marches, hunger strikes, shattered windows, broken chains. She was imprisoned, force-fed, vilified, but she kept marching. She reminds us that sometimes, when the door does not open, you have to break it down. Let her determination thread into your veins now. You are allowed to be disruptive. You are allowed to be heard. We move quietly now into the fragrance of jasmine and the fierce hum of revolution, into the poetry and power of Nawal el-Saadawi, an Egyptian doctor, psychiatrist, and writer who spent her life fighting against the oppression of women, from political dictatorship to patriarchal traditions. She wrote books that were banned. She founded magazines that were shut down. She was jailed for her words, her activism, her refusal to pretend that freedom could be partial. Even in prison, she wrote, using a smuggled eyebrow pencil and toilet paper. She reminds us that thought itself can be an act of rebellion. Let her spirit flutter along your mind now. You are allowed to question everything. Now, softer still, the path dips into the arms of tenderness, into the soft, steady work of Jane Addams, founder of Hull House in Chicago, a settlement house where immigrants could find shelter, education, dignity. She believed that charity was not enough, that justice demanded community. She fed children, taught English, advocated for labor rights, for peace. She reminds us that activism is not only protest, it is also planting, cooking, listening. Let her care wind quietly through your breath. You are allowed to build something that feels like home. And now, one more step, not a giant stride, not a march, just a soft step forward into the quiet company of Frida Kahlo. Again, because some stories are not one moment, but many, Frida reminds us that even when the body is broken, the spirit can paint galaxies across the canvas of pain. Her life was full of betrayal, suffering, isolation, and yet her art bursts with color, with life, with grief so vibrant it becomes a kind of beauty. She reminds us that brokenness is not the end. It can be the beginning of new creation. Let her wild, aching light spill into you now. You are allowed to feel everything and to make something beautiful from it. The stars are very close now. The earth very soft. You are almost no longer walking. You are drifting, floating in a sea of breath, memory, hope. The night is liquid around you now. No edges, no time, no weight, only breath, only memory, only the slow, soft knowledge that you have been walking through something sacred and that you are almost home. You are part of it now. And still, the stories unfold. We drift toward the slow rise of mountains, where snow kisses the peaks and silence stretches wider than any road. There, in the chill and the quiet, we meet Junko Tabei, a Japanese mountaineer, small and polite, who was told again and again that mountains were not meant for women. She climbed anyway, and in 1975, she became the first woman to reach the summit of Mount Everest. But she didn't stop there. She went on to become the first woman to climb the highest mountain on every continent, the seven summits. She faced avalanches, exhaustion, invisible barriers built of doubt. She climbed anyway. She reminds us that you do not have to shout to rise. You can move quietly, steadily, one breath after another, and still touch the sky. Let her ascent live gently inside your heart. You are allowed to take slow steps. You are allowed to keep going even when no one believes you will. From mountaintops to battlefields of justice, we drift now toward Tarana Burke, long before hashtags, before viral moments. Tarana was working, listening to survivors of sexual violence, amplifying their stories, building spaces where healing could happen. She founded the Me Too movement in 2006, long before the world was ready to hear it. Her work wasn't flashy. It wasn't about headlines. It was about hands held, traumas named, silences broken with care. Later, when the world caught up, when Me Too swept across industries and continents, Tarana stood there too, solid, grounded, fierce, reminding everyone this was never about fame. It was always about healing. Tarana reminds us that you can change the world by changing the conversation, that listening is an act of revolution. Let her steady heart rest beside yours now. You are allowed to make spaces where others can breathe again. Now we drift into laboratories and lecture halls, but also into gardens and city parks. We meet Wang Zhenyi once more, the astronomer, the mathematician from Qing Dynasty, China, because sometimes we must return to the ones who asked why the stars move, why the seasons change, why the world spins the way it does. She was born into a society that said learning was not for women. She taught herself astronomy. She wrote textbooks on math so that others could understand. She studied eclipses and physics and medicine, and still she was called just a girl. She reminds us that learning is an act of hope, that every equation solved, every sky mapped, every question dared to be asked is a prayer toward a freer world. Let her curiosity light a candle inside your mind. You are allowed to want to know more. You are allowed to reach beyond what anyone has ever taught you. From stars and seasons, we drift into fire, not destruction, but the slow, burning fire of words. We meet Sappho, an ancient poet from the island of Lesbos, 2,000 years ago. Most of her poetry is lost, burned, scattered, swallowed by time. Only fragments remain. Someone, I tell you, will remember us. Her words sang of love, of longing, of women's voices at a time when women were expected only to echo men. Sappho reminds us that love is itself a form of survival, that even when the world tries to erase you, your voice, your song, may yet outlive empires. Let her whisper wrap softly around your ear now. You are allowed to love, to long, to be remembered. The stars above you now are almost close enough to touch, and just before you drift fully into their arms, one more woman steps forward from the folds of history. Rachel Carson once again, not because you forgot her, but because some spirits are lighthouses you pass more than once on the ocean. She reminds us one last time that beauty is a warning, that when the birds fall silent, we must listen, that gentleness can save the world. And tonight, her voice is not a call to fight, it is a lullaby, a reminder that sometimes all you are asked to do is notice, to notice the sky, the earth, your breath, your own life in all its aching, tender wonder. Let her presence be the last touch before sleep pulls you deeper. You are part of this river now, part of this sky, part of this long, unbroken song of women who dared to be whole. The world is barely breathing now, just a slow, soft exhale that carries you deeper into the folds of sleep. Each breath, each story, each name you've heard, they no longer feel like strangers passing by. They feel like hands on your back, like whispers you always knew. There are only the last steps left now, a closing of the circle, a laying down of burdens, a sinking into peace. Let's walk these last steps together. We drift now to a room heavy with music, laughter, and the sound of possibility. There, waiting for us, is Ella Fitzgerald. Her voice is satin and rain and summer all at once. She began her career not in ballrooms or grand stages, but by singing at the Apollo Theater's amateur night in Harlem. When she was just a teenager, she had planned to dance, but when fear froze her feet, she sang instead, and the world changed. Her voice carried her from poverty to legend, through segregation, through heartbreak, through decades of stages and smoky clubs. She became known as the First Lady of Song, a voice so pure and joyful that it softened even the hardest places. But she never forgot where she came from. She never stopped being kind. Ella reminds us that sometimes your greatest power arrives when your first plan falls apart. That beauty can grow from fear. Let her music hum low inside your chest now. You are allowed to begin again. You are allowed to bloom from broken ground. We move forward slowly into another place of creation, not of sound this time, but of fire and fabric and freedom. we meet Harriet Jacobs, an enslaved woman who escaped, but not by fleeing to the woods or riding the rails. She spent 7 years hidden in a tiny attic, crawl space, barely able to move or stand. 7 years, waiting for the chance to free herself and her children. Later, she wrote incidents in the life of a slave girl, one of the first open accounts of the sexual abuse enslaved women suffered. A story too painful, too real for many at the time to accept, but she told it anyway. Harriet reminds us that endurance itself can be revolutionary, that the quiet decision to survive day after day is a victory. Let her patience move slowly into your own breath. You are allowed to take the long way to freedom. And now, almost there, we drift into the golden haze of memory and imagination toward Beatrix Potter, best known for The Tale of Peter Rabbit and her dozens of whimsical children's books. But behind the soft watercolor animals was a woman fierce with independence. She was a scientist, an expert in mycology, the study of fungi, whose work was dismissed because of her gender. When publishers rejected her, she published Peter Rabbit herself. When society demanded marriage, she bought farmland instead. She spent her later years preserving hundreds of acres of English countryside from development. She reminds us that gentleness and ferocity are not opposites. They are partners, that you can love small things, rabbits, mushrooms, secret gardens, and still fight boldly for what matters. Let her tender defiance rest inside you now. You are allowed to live exactly the life you imagine. One more voice now, one more light. Malala Yousafzai, once more, not as a repetition, but as a benediction. Because some names are not just people, they are promises. Malala reminds us, at every age, in every language, that your voice is stronger than your fear, that education is not a luxury, it is a right, a necessity, a revolution. She reminds us that the future is not something distant, it is built every day by those who believe it can be better, and by those who dare to say so aloud. Let her hope linger in your dreams tonight. You are allowed to believe. You are allowed to keep believing. Even when the night is long, the world around you now is softer than it has ever been. You have walked through centuries, through revolutions, through art, through science, through gardens and mountains and songs, and here you are, still breathing, still becoming, still enough. There are no more steps to take. Tonight, you have reached the end, not of the stories, for they will live inside you now, but of the journey we set out to complete. You are not empty, you are full. You are not lost, you are found. Rest now, sink deeper. Let every voice you have met, the fierce ones, the soft ones, the broken ones, the whole ones, sing you into sleep. You are part of their story, And they are part of you. Good night, dreamer.